You're live, it says. Not very bright though, and a bit too bright. Oh dear. Hang on a second. Let there be light. Whoa, killed it. Let there be light, and there was light. And then I was gone. There I was gone. It's perched between the sofa and the sofa. No, the sofa and the chair. Simple word that I couldn't fathom out. That is not what I wanted. Nor that. Oh, it's gone. The blurred stuff has gone. Never mind. Wait till people come over. Somebody's already here and liked, and I don't know who that is. Wow, that's pretty good stuff. Thank you, whoever that is. So, what am I going to be talking about today? I'll wait until. Hey, Nikki, how you doing? Good to read you. Is that a different picture? I've just not noticed it before. I do now. So, a few things really, but firstly, Randy. Second poem. Why did you do that to me, Randy? And not to do with Forrest Fenn, I don't think anyway, that he was talking about, but the second poem that he had, GPT, blah blah blah, whatever that is, the AI stuff, did a poem for a hunt. And Forrest said to Dale, did Forrest say to Dale? I don't know my facts about this, so let's say what I do know. Dale was asked about the poem within the poem, and that Dale would know that it was Forrest if he heard it. And Cynthia asked him. He was like, could be, don't know. But there is a poem in the poem. Well, there's more than one poem in the poem. There's the poem itself that's already in the poem. There's the poem. And within the poem is the same poem. There's the poem. And within the poem, there's the babbling brook. Can I ever shut them up? Poem in the first. I'm live. In the poem. And then there's another poem in the poem. But I'm pretty certain that, hey, Lucky, how you doing? I am doing well, thank you very much. I hope you are too. And then there's another poem in the poem that I'm sure everybody knows, and I'm pretty certain that Dale would have said, yep, Forrest wrote that. So I suppose what I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just telling you what is there. And in that should be your belief in the Maverick that did something amazing. And even if you don't agree or can't think what if or have no imagination, everything presented to you is 100% factual. It exists. You can see it, you can read it, you can understand it from the poem point of view. From the words point of view, you can see them, you can read them, you can understand them. So the synonyms I'm talking about. And those are the two main in my opinion, main ways of understanding the thrill of the chase. There are other ways, there are other techniques, if you want to call them techniques, or formulas or recipes to get information. And that's been proven by 250,000 people doing different things and still getting results. So when I say you were meant to find a chest, I mean you were meant to find one because you were going to find one. Oh, remember, please listen. I'm not talking to these people that sincerely joined the thrill of the chase and did what they thought was going to help them in whatever path they took. Doesn't matter whether it was a chest, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whether it was a gold, whether they were looking for what the reason for the chest was, whether they were looking for who Forrest Fenn was. Doesn't matter what your path was. You were meant to get information along that path because that information was there and available. For finding a chest, you were meant to find a chest. Not because you were meant to find one, but because you were meant to find one. You started at a warm water salt, which you made up, and you followed the clues to a blaze, which you made up, and said the chest should be there. Now, before you start saying whatever you would say, yes, you did. You have, none of you, not one of you has any proof, any verification, any vindication that your warm water salt is correct, your Homer Brown is correct, your blaze is correct. None of you, not one person has that. Not one of you. You have what you think is correct. You have a way of explaining it. Yeah, of course you do. And you were meant to find a chest because you started at your own warm water salt. You finished at what you thought the blaze was, and the chest should be there. Because you said it was going to be there. Not because Forrest said it was going to be there. Not because it really is there. Not because it was ever going to be there. But because you started at your warm water salt and you finished at your blaze. And in that case, and only in that case, there's a chest at the end of it. Do you see how that works? 350,000 people did that. 350,000 people did that. And the solve that you have, 3 people, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people had the same solve. But they're not as silly as you. They looked at it and went, oh, it can't be because Forrest said this. Because they were honest with themselves and said, oh yeah, but I made up my warm water salt. I made up my Homer Brown. I made up the end is ever drawing nigh. I made up there's no place for the meek. I made up the heavy loads and water high. I made it all up. It's only what I thought it was. But Forrest told me that it wasn't. And you can deny it all you want. There was only ever going to be one spot. You have no idea what that means. None. Therefore, you're not the solver. You won't know you have the correct warm water salt until you have the chest in your hands. You don't know what that means. Therefore, you're not the solver. No one is going to stumble on my chest. You don't know what that means. Therefore, you're not the solver. Do you see how this works? There are many instances that Forrest says, no, you're not the solver. No, you're not the solver. No, you're not the solver. I know the chest is wet. Not me. None of this is me. I know the chest is wet. Forrest is a liar. Because it doesn't fit with your solve, Forrest is a liar. The chest was wet. Is the place where you think the chest is wet? No, of course it isn't. It's bone dry. Forrest tells everybody whether their solve is correct or not, and it's up to them to listen and deserve another turn, have another go. Now, in the last instance, which people don't believe, it could be AI. Forrest says, don't tell them, hi Richard, how you doing? Good to see you here. I lost my train of thought then. No, totally gone. If Forrest said, I know it's about what Forrest said, but I can't think which one it was. No one's going to stumble on that chest. Forrest said no one's going to stumble on that chest. And yet, people have solves where somebody could stumble on it, even if they're not looking for the treasure. Even if they weren't looking for that chest, people could stumble on it. Hey, how you doing, Greg? Tigger, woohoo! Busy but listening. You won't miss much, don't worry about it. But thanks. I see a treat just between your eyes. Hello, everyone. Yes, how did the key get so rusty from such a dry location? 100% two trips. It's like people just don't want to see the obvious, hear the obvious, admit the obvious. Over and over, Forrest said different things, and that said that somebody was wrong. Whoever that somebody was, whatever information Forrest got, his information was saying that's incorrect, can't be right. Now, nobody's going to stumble on that chest means nobody's going to stumble on it, which means there is no searching, none, no searching. It's an impossibility. Seriously, please listen. It's an impossibility to go searching for something that no one's going to stumble on. If you have to search for it, if you don't know where it is, it's stumble uponable. If you don't know where it is, just think about that. You don't know where it is, so you're going to look and then, oh, there it is. Not because you know where it is, because you stumbled upon it and found it. Now that could be 10 yards, 20 yards, 30 yards, 50 yards, 200 yards, a mile, and then you stumble on the chest. So you're in the right area, but you don't know where it is. But you still stumbled on it. Think about that. In however many years that chest was out there, nobody stumbled on it. Whether they're looking for it or not, didn't stumble on it. But at some point, you think, these people with these souls, that they're going to be able to go out into the wilderness and find this chest by looking around and seeing if they can find it. Right straight to it. Does that ring a bell? So, 2 trips for 5 men. Oh, 2 trios. 2 trios of 5 men. Doing great and hope everyone having a great. Thank God it's Friday. Is it Friday? I don't even know what day it is. Because you're going quick. Stumble. I stumbled over my own team. I know that feeling very well. And Richard stumbled over his tail. Figure out the clues and go to it. Hello. Hey, Fendi, how you doing? 100%. You have to go right straight to it, which is no. Okay, it's boots on the ground because you've got to go to it. But it's not a boots on the ground search. It's you have to go to the place to get the chest. But to get that chest, there was only ever going to be one spot. And if you won't know you have the correct warm water salt unless you have the chest in your hands. If you don't understand that statement, seriously, if you don't understand that statement, you didn't solve the poem. You didn't even find the right chest. You can't start the thrill of the chase. Please listen. You cannot start the thrill of the chase until you know 100%. Seriously, don't think it. Don't be certain. You're not certain. You've been told by the poem, or however, by the poem. You've been told by the poem which hot warm water salt is. That's it. That's it. If you weren't, I can assure you now, no, I can't. No, I can't. Because some people had the right warm water salt and walk right by the chest. The fact that you don't know it's the right warm water salt, that's why you do that. And if you knew the right warm water salt, you could have the chest in your hand. That's why the statement is made. And if you don't, you won't. Hello, Richard. Everyone enjoys the opening ceremonies. It was beautifully written poem by AI. Brandy's 100%, but it made me think of the other poem that's in the poem, or the other poems that's in the poem, and the Peanuts reference to the chase being Peggy Jean, the forgotten Peggy Jean, not our Peggy Jean, the Peggy Jean in the Peanuts. One more Peggy at the whole time, but finished not. Here goes. Fenn was awesome. Yeah. I've missed this video. Go start it. Why 109 rules? That number must mean. Yeah, that number must mean something. Second poem. Well, Mary, you didn't find it, so what makes you think you're. Who says I didn't find it? Who says I didn't find it? You were supposed to find where Forrest hid a chest. That didn't mean you had to go out looking for it. That meant you had to find where Forrest hid it. And you have to know where Forrest hid it because the poem tells you where Forrest hid it. The chase is not about a chest. It's as simple as that. And if you think that you solved the poem because you found a chest, that in itself says you didn't find it. That in itself. If you think you solved the poem because you found a chest, that statement says you didn't find anything. You created something that made you find something, but you didn't find anything. Because if you found something, you'd know 100% where it was, and you should know if you solved the poem. It's not about that chest. And that's what I don't understand. Whilst people agree, well, the chest was just a lure, and yes, there's something bigger. Well, what's the something bigger? Ignore the chest. Ignore the chest. What do you have? All those people that say they solved the poem and found the chest, ignore the chest. Forget about the chest. Solving the poem is not about the chest. So what else do you have in regards to solving the poem? If the chest is just a lure, what else do you have? Do you know the story? No. Do you know who two can keep a secret if one is dead? No. Do you know why the hairs are in the olive jar? No. Do you know anything about the chase because you found a chest? No. Forrest says, don't tell me you found a chest. Well, that's strange. Isn't that what this was all about? Finding a chest? No. You've all agreed it's not about that. There's something bigger. And oh yeah, San Lazaro and no. No. Who says I can't affect the future? So something way bigger, way bigger. I said you didn't find it. I know you said I didn't find it. You know who found it? 70 people could have found it. 100 people could have found it. 300 people could have found it. The first person to find it is different than whoever else could have found it. So your argument, useless. As much as everything that you do say is useless. Because it has no facts or corroborating evidence. You can make a statement, I didn't find it. You don't know. You're just being awkward and making a statement. You didn't find it because I know who found it. Just because somebody else found it doesn't mean I didn't find it. Do you see how that works? Does your mind take in the truth and the information that I'm giving you? No, because you don't want it to. It doesn't matter. I wish I had a chest. Well, I'm going to stop. Thanks for popping in, Greg. Yep, fake account trolls. I've deleted over 20 in the last 4 days. So the way it goes, have a good time. Don't spend too much money. Cheers, Greg. Yep, that's what they are, just my opinions. Good to see you, old Mayor. It seems to me you feel you have the answers, but are without concrete evidence. That's what Forrest. No, there's plenty of concrete evidence. You just choose to ignore it because you want yourself to be correct. The information is there. There's a poem in the poem, a second poem. Did you find it? No. Did anybody else find it? No. Did we find it? Yes. Do we know what it is? Yes. There is another poem in the poem, the Babbling Brook poem. Did we find it? Yes. Is it the same method? No. There is the poem itself within the poem. Did we find it? Yes. Is it the same method? Pretty much, but not the same, because it's in different places. Now, the evidence that you give, any of you, with regard to your souls, is your belief that what you made up is correct. Our evidence is factual. They are statements relating to the chase. The information that I give you about the words, factual, concrete, precise, simplified, not overcooked, although it could be overcooked. Precise, simplified, success as an omniscient guru. Shift, drift, and adjust. Best able to adapt. One foot on the other. Continuous, contiguous, chronological. I'd call that concrete. And all of the other stuff. I'd call that concrete. Now, if you weren't so set in your ways, and just for a little split second, listen to what Forrest Fenn said. What if? You're not prepared to do that. None of you. You all want to be correct. I don't care about being correct. I'm telling you, here's the information. You do what you want with it. You do not have to believe it. But you have to stop saying that Forrest Fenn is a fraud, that Forrest Fenn pulled it, that Forrest Fenn did this, that Forrest Fenn is that, because it doesn't suit your solve. You don't understand what's happening in the chase because you didn't solve the poem. That's the simple truth. It doesn't get any simpler than that. You do not know what is happening in the chase because you didn't solve the poem. You all found a chest. Anybody can find a chest. If you start with the end, right, I'm going to find that chest. You're going to find it. You're going to start where you want to start, and you're going to finish at a place that you think is the blaze, which I've already said. That's not how you find it. Seriously, that's not how you find it. You have to be told what the answers are. You have to listen to what Forrest Fenn said. If you choose your own warm waters hold out of 350,000 people, I can guarantee you other people have done exactly the same. Whether it be one other person, two other people, three other people, 1,000 other people, they've done the same solve. But they're not stupid enough to think that they solved it. They realised that what Forrest Fenn said means they didn't solve it. It's impossible to solve it. If you don't have, it's impossible to find the correct chest if you don't have the correct warm waters hold. And trust me, please listen. When the truth comes out, you'll know why you had to have the right warm water hole, the correct warm water hole. You will know. There is no way you could have done this. None. Zero. The impossibility is, however many multiverses there are, given the 109 rules, given the information from Forrest Fenn, in each of those multiverses, you are never going to find it because you don't listen. It would be impossible. In every scenario, in every multiverse, it would not have been found. That's how good Forrest did what he did. It would never be found, ever. And if Forrest did not say any of the information that he gave us, no chance. No way. Ever. In any multiverse, any alternate reality, nobody found the chest. In any alternate reality, nobody found that chest. No one. Unless they listen to the words of Forrest Fenn. Nobody. Not going to happen. Because you're still not listening now. Okay, these are only theories. Okay, these are only opinions. Okay, all of that stuff that you want to say. I have given you more information about the chase, along with Davy B, than you could have imagined from that poem. And today is another one. It's Ode to Peggy, Jean. It's the poem within the poem. Now, please listen. The Ode to Peggy, Jean is about 110 words, roughly. And the poem's 166, 167. Is that possible? Could Forrest have taken 110 words from a poem and put them in another poem? Is that possible? Do you think he could have done it? 110 words, separate to the words that are in the poem. And he put that poem in his poem, along with the Babbling Brook poem, along with the poem that he wrote. He wrote it again in the poem. The words that are in the poem are in the poem. So you see, the information I'm giving, concrete, absolutely, has to be set in stone, has to be. If you trust Forrest, it was found. Yeah. Please listen, Ghost. Found, got. I found such and such, but I didn't go and get it. There's a difference, isn't there? You can find it, but getting it something is different. So finding it is one thing, and knowing you found it, and I mean know. You know you found it. You know you found it. There is no way that you did not find it. Doesn't mean you have to go and get it. That's not going to have better evidence on a short patience. You have no evidence. You have no evidence because you have no warm water. You don't listen. My mind cannot take in the fact that you people don't listen. You don't listen. You can't start the thrill of the chase. You never started it. Here you are on one football pitch, playing against each other, fighting each other, arguing with each other about the rules and how it can be found. And on this other pitch is the thrill of the chase. There are no spectators. There are no people playing. That's what you're doing. You are playing a game of football with a load of other people, making up your own rules and arguing that your rules are correct. Well, guess what? There's 109 rules somewhere else, and you're paying no attention to them at all. Not one. Not even that. You're arguing with yourselves, playing a game on another pitch that has nothing to do with the thrill of the chase. Nothing. Seriously, nothing. Has nothing to do with the thrill of the chase. You have no idea what the thrill of the chase is about. And you're waiting for answers, and yet you're the solvers. It's crazy. You're not even playing the thrill of the chase. I don't get it. Absolutely don't get it. I'm telling you. The simple truth. Listen to these words. Forrest said, I looked up all the words in that poem. Did you look them up? No. None of you did. Which means, I don't know what the odds are. But they're way out there that you even got anywhere near what you're supposed to do. Because those words were changed. That's why Forrest looked them up. That's why he told you about the substitutes. That's why he told you he was not short of tenacity to have a girl like Peggy Jean Proctor. And the other synonyms that he gave you. And the other words that don't make sense about Jackie Kennedy being easy. She's not easy. Not in the sense that you believe it. Look up the word easy. He told you they were synonyms. He told you about them, but you don't want to listen. He had the dictionary and looked up all the words in that poem. That's simple. As I have gone alone in there with my treasures bold. Let me look up the word as. Let me look up the word I, because I don't know what it means. Now you read that poem. Listen. You read that poem with them words there. You've got no chance. None. Zilch. Zero. If you don't understand them words, it isn't going to happen. It isn't going to happen. There is absolutely, please listen. There is absolutely no reason for Forrest to look up, not just one word, not just two, not just three, not just four. I looked at all the words in that poem, especially the nouns. You don't need all the words, but it's risky to ignore any of them. I don't know. I think I'm telling you the simplified truth. You don't hear it. Dale said Fenn pulled it and with Fenn's own emails. Hey, INFJ. And this info campaign. No. You are not in the thrill of the chase. The bullshit that you lot are feeding yourselves has nothing to do with the truth. Nothing to do with the truth. And the only people that are bending or breaking or distorting the truth are yourselves. You're the only people that are ruining it. The chase is going the way that it should go based on the evidence in the poem. Based on the evidence in the poem, the chase is where it should be. If you could read the poem, you would see that. But you can't read the poem. And what does Forrest want you to do? He wants you to read the poem. But you refuse to because you say, myself's correct. Listen. Just for once in your life, listen. Just listen. If by any miracle, if you solve the first two clues, you're halfway there metaphorically speaking, at the very most, the absolute most is 4 clues. 4. At the absolute most, 4 clues. Talking about the same place. Not going from one place to another. Talking about the same place. And I can't work out, and it's very frustrating, whether you are thick, stupid, paid, trolling, or whatever. I have no idea. But I do know that a child, if I told a child, you're halfway there, after 2, do you know what they'd work out? Well, there must be 4 clues. There must be 4 clues. If I'm halfway there, after 2, there must be 4 clues. So maybe, just possibly, the information that I'm reading is talking about the same place. I don't need to go anywhere because, listen, a child could understand it. Seriously, a little child could understand it. Solve 2 clues. You're halfway there. Oh, it must be 4 then. If I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. Well, hang on a minute. 4 clues, Homer Brown right straight to it, possibly talking about the same place. Possibly talking about the same place. I don't need to go 50 million miles. Because after 2 clues, somebody walked right by the chest. And you refuse to accept that. That's not my fault. And that's not Forrest's fault. It's your fault for not listening. You're not listening. If I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. Not listening. If you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Not listening. If you have the Homer Brown, why are you worried about warm water's halt? Not listening. I know the chest is wet. Not listening. No one's going to stumble on my chest. Not listening. You won't find the chest, blah, blah, blah. Not listening. You're not listening to the simple truth that Forrest is giving you. And I mean it's simple. I really mean it's simple. Really, absolutely 100% simple. Now, if you don't want to believe that the chest is wet, fine. Fine. You don't want to believe the chest is wet, fine. Forrest is a liar, fine. But when the truth comes out, you will know how stupid you have been. Because Forrest said, again, Forrest said, when you hear the truth, when you hear the solve, you're going to say, why didn't I think of that? Seriously, you're going to say, why didn't I think of that? 9 clues, 1 place. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Not 9 clues, 9 places. It can't be more than 4. Solve the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. How far away are you going to be from the chest? Solve the first 2 clues. If you end up another 7 clues later, 3 miles further from the first 2 clues, guess what? The chest ain't going to be where you're looking. It ain't going to be there. It's simple truth. You don't want to listen to it. I don't understand it. I really don't. You must be the best trolls ever, or arrogant, stupid, ignorant. I don't know what it is. I really don't. But I can't make it any easier than that. And Forrest didn't make it. He can't make it any easier. Solved the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. Why are you going 9 clues further away? 7 clues further on. If you've gone past the chest after 2 clues. Take it in. Please take it in, because you haven't done for 4 years. Please take it in. Solve the first 2 clues. Guess what? If I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. Where's the Homer Brown in your list of clues? Where's the Homer Brown in your list of clues? Begin it where warm waters halt and take it in the canyon down. Not far, but too far to walk. Put in below the Homer Brown. Where is the Homer Brown with your clues? It's not the first clue. That's begin it where warm waters halt. So is it the second or third clue in your solve? Solve the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. Now, other people say, oh, yeah, it's spiritual, it's this, that, and the other. Hang on a minute. Forrest said, people sent him pictures. Pictures. It's not here. It can't be here. Pictures of the warm waters halt, or whatever it was that they sent pictures of. Pictures of it. A real place. A real place. Forrest got pictures, and he said they went past it. How, in any multiverse, in any alternate reality, how is it possible that Forrest sees these pictures and says they walk past it? But it's a place. A place. A place that you have to go to where there is a chest. Again, even you 5, a place people would not normally go. Oh yeah, I'm going to a place where everybody goes. What? 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 Wait, what? No, hang on, wait. It's in a place people would not normally go. And in that place, get what? Guess what? Somebody could stumble on it because it's in a place people would normally go. You're going to a place where people would normally go. And any person, in the chase or not, oh, look, a chest. I wonder what's in it. I don't get what you're thinking. I really do not get what you're thinking. It's in a place people would not normally go. Now, while I think, yes, these people have got some good ideas and good solves, I hear what Forrest said, and it's like, no, the Adobe, I'm not being horrible to these people. I'm just stating the fact. The Adobe house in Taos, it's in a place people would not normally go. Yeah, I think that's a great solve. What? Hey, what? It's in a car park. Yeah, got to be in there. What? A place people will not normally go? Come on. It's hard to believe that you're real searchers when you won't take on board that information from Forrest Fenn. The chest is wet. No, Forrest is a liar. No, what? No, listen to what he's saying. It's in a place people would not normally go means it's in a place people would not normally go. It doesn't mean it's in a place that people will go. All you people that have souls where people go every day of every week in the year, no. And by that I mean to the place. I don't mean in the general area. I mean to that specific place. Please listen. Solve the first two clues. What is wrong with you people? Solve the first two clues halfway there, metaphorically speaking. How on earth, in anyone's language, how on earth can it be 9? How is it possible to be 9 when you add to that, if I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. How can it be 9? How can it be 9? Solve the first two clues, walk right by the chest. How can it be 9? How? Now the clues are there, and there can be 9 clues. They don't take you 3 miles. They don't take you 2 miles. They don't take you a mile. Remember Forrest saying, if you're walking more than a mile, if you're walking a mile, you're walking too far. Does anybody listen to that? Does anybody hear that? Does anybody hear that statement from Forrest Fenn? If you're walking a mile, you're walking too far. From Waters Holt to where you finish, it's too far. No, you don't hear it. You just keep saying that you're the solver and you solve the poem, even though the poem solve is not about a chest. And even though the poem solve, I'm not kidding you, the poem solve for the chest is the chest in the Thrill of the Chase book, is the poem in the Thrill of the Chase book with a little imagination. That's all you need. You read it with a little imagination and a bit of deep thinking and some logic. That poem in the Thrill of the Chase book, as it is wrote, exactly how it is wrote in the Thrill of the Chase book, read it. And that's your answer. That's your answer. You don't have to do nothing. No sliding the lines, no colouring it in, no doing anything. Nothing. Nothing. Open the page, turn it in. As I run alone in there with my treasures of order, keep my secret waiting for Richard you and beginning where one water salt, take it in the canyon down, not far but too far to walk, putting below the home of ground, blah 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 blah. Read it and go, hang on a minute. What if? Oh, Forrest said that, didn't he? You need to think of the what ifs. What if it doesn't say beginning where one water salt? What if it doesn't say and take it in the canyon down? It might say not far but too far to walk. What if? What if it was that simple? Seriously, what if it was that simple? You're doing all this stuff. What if you just read the poem with a little imagination? What if that's all it was? What if you listen to Forrest and did that you can find the answer. Now, to find the answer to the chess, there were certain stipulations. It has to be so far from north of Santa Fe. It has to be this. It has to be that. It has to be the other. What you needed to do is work out what is Forrest talking about. Is he talking about the chest, or is he talking about secret treasure? Because the secret treasure has no rules that we knew of. Has no rules to find the secret treasure. Unless, guess what? Unless what? How would you find the secret treasure as opposed to finding the chest? How would it be possible to find something that you don't even know about? Okay, yes. You listen to Forrest. Forrest is going to tell you it's not about the chest, Mario. It's not about the chest, Troy. It's not about the chest, Street. It's not about the chest, Trusted. It's not about the chest, Five. It's not about the chest, Greg. It's not whoever you are, Bill, Dave, man from the East. It's not about the chest. The chest is just a lure. Don't worry about Jack. See, if you read the poem, you would read that stuff. You would read it, and you would know, don't worry about Jack. That's just a lure. Now that chest at 9 Mile Hole is in the poem. It's also been sold at Heritage. And all of the information that you people have, you don't understand it because you don't read the poem. I'm trying to tell you, there is no shenanigans. There is nothing going on other than Forrest making it happen and people getting upset with each other because their rules for their chase aren't the same as somebody else's rules for their chase. But what they don't realise is you're not in the chase. Forrest's chase is running along nicely without anybody in it, without any spectators, nothing. Nobody playing, nobody watching. Seriously, that's what it is. I'm not kidding you. Forrest Fenn's Forever Chase is out on its own and there is nobody there. Because you've made up your own thrill of the chase and you're fighting with everybody else about their thrill of the chase and their rules. And your rules don't match their rules. And so you argue whether you're correct or they're correct. But no one can be correct because you're not even in the thrill of the chase. If you were, you would understand what's going on and you would know begin it where warm waters hold. Nothing is as it seems is a true statement to tell you your soul is incorrect because you believe everything, including the poem. If nothing is as it seems, the poem is not as it seems. I don't see what's difficult to understand about that. I really don't. I find it hard to believe that you're not just trolling, that you're not part of making it work, that you're real searchers. I find it hard to believe that. If nothing, zero, nothing is as it seems, the poem is not what you think it is. Nothing is as it seems, the poem is not what you think it is. So therefore your solve is incorrect. Because the poem is not what you think it is. And that's backed up, listen, please listen. And that's backed up by the fact, words don't mean what you think they do. Nothing is as it seems. Everything that you're seeing is not as it seems. The book, the poem, everything, not as it seems. And backed up by not even the words that you read. Not even the words that you are reading or hearing are as they seem. Because nothing is as it seems. And yet, you continue to argue, yes they are, everything is as it seems, and Forrest pulled it, and Forrest did this, and Forrest is a liar, and blah, blah, blah. No, he couldn't be more honest with you. He told you before it happened, think nice, thoughts. Do you know what that means? No. You're not prepared to find out. But guess what? If you looked at synonyms, you would understand. Your best revenge is me wearing a bracelet. You would understand it's in a safe place. You would understand those things. You would truly understand them if you took the time to what? If you took the time to what? Listen. If you took the time to listen, you would understand why Forrest made all of these statements using specific. Are they specific? Or are they exactly precise words? They're precise words because, guess what? Little guess? The clues are precise. Follow the 9 clues precisely. Simplify. What does that mean? Is that precise? What does simplify mean? Simplify the poem. Did you look it up? Did you try and work it out? Of course you didn't. Do you know what it could mean? Do you know what it could mean? Word for word. By the book. To the letter. And many more. But you didn't bother to look it up. To the letter. Waiting for the postman. To the letter. Ball of string. It's like, are you listening to what is being said by Forrest Fenn, to what you are reading? Because what you are reading is not what you think it is. I mean bad language. Bad language? The caretaker with the fag end. The bully seeing how high he can bounce. That's not what you think it is. Because you don't even know what it is. You just read it and go, I don't understand that. That don't make any sense. What's that all about? But the thing is, I look at it and go, hang on a minute. He's thrown in another word. What's he really saying? What's he really saying? Because he certainly isn't saying, I'm with a girl, Peggy Jean Proctor, because I was never short of tenacity. Because that makes absolutely no sense. And he told you that he was told off by the professors of language or whatever about him butchering the English language. And yet he didn't butcher it. He just put in a synonym of a word that is supposed to be there. So just think about it. Just think, what if he did that with the poem? I looked up all the words in the dictionary. What if he looked up all the words in the dictionary because he wanted a different word? Suki ate all the mushrooms. He was retarded like that. What? Suki ate all the mushrooms. So I got to do anything. So basically, Forrest changed the words. Prove it. I don't need to prove it. It will prove itself. I'm here today to prove that the poem, within the poem, is possible. It's possible. The ode to Peggy, it's in the poem. But Forrest didn't just write it as one verse. You had to turn the page. You had to read it, read me what the poem says, and it's game over. You had to read it, turn the page, and read the second verse. Turn the page and read the third verse. Turn the page and read the fourth verse. And it's in the poem. Now, I know for a fact that if you're the least bit honest, the least bit truthful, the least bit, you would know it's impossible to write that poem in that poem. Impossible. And yet Forrest did it. Forrest did it. Ode to Peggy Jean, written in the poem. Excerpts from the book, hints that will help you with the clues in the poem, in the poem. The babbling brook, can I ever shut them up? In the poem. It's impossible. Truly, it should be impossible to put all that information in there. And you say prove it. I have proven it for 4 years. For 4 years. I have told you about the synonyms and told you the answer right in front of you, showed you the answer right in front of you, and how simple it can be in my videos. And not one person, not one listened. But to find a chest in the Rocky Mountains, and the place that it was, just got to read it. Just got to read it. That's all you've got to do. I am not kidding you. That's all you have to do. Read the poem. Read the poem. Look up the words in the dictionary like Forrest did, or I'll use word hippo word app, whatever it's called. Look up those words. Look up the word as. Look up the word I. Look up the word have. Look them up because Forrest did. And there's only one reason he did. It's because he wanted to make a different word out of the word that he had. Remember, Douglas saw the first draft. It's too simple. Well, it would be. It tells you where it is. If that's the first draft of a 15-year poem, you're not listening because you don't want to hear. But you've been told, absolutely, in concrete evidence, written in stone, it may as well be, those words have been given to you. The synonyms of the words in the poem have been given to you to give you the answers. You have not listened. That is for a chest, which is just the lure. Now, in order to understand the rest of it, you need to listen to Forrest even more. You needed to understand that those letters, the ball of string, it's all connected. Please touch. One foot on the other. The information has been given to you. Concrete information. The words from Forrest Fenn I have given you are written in the poem. The reason why he says the exact same thing every time, it's written in the poem. The chest has not moved in the 10 years since I put it. It's written in the poem. The car will be at the Denver Museum. Even that, you haven't even thought about it. It's like, oh, the chase is over. But if the chase was over, why is the car not at the Denver Museum? Why is it not at the Denver Museum? Isn't that one of the stipulations that Forrest made? That it would be there? I know there's the Arizona, blah, 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 but the Denver Museum didn't happen. Didn't happen. And yet, you're so fixated on the chest that is only the lure that you can't see the wood for the trees. You can't see it. And you want people to prove it to you, even though it's been proven to you. How can somebody prove it to you if you won't listen? You have everything you need, everything. I am not kidding you, everything. You had it when Forrest gave you it, and you have it now. If I'm correct, I'm pretty certain. We're correct, sorry. If we're correct, I'm pretty certain that the information we have given could let somebody else know the answers. Now, I haven't told anyone 100% how to find the treasure. Well, that's a lie, because me and David done it, so that's somebody. But finding the treasure is totally different to everything that I've just been talking about. Finding a chest, simple. Do what Forrest did. Look up all the words in the poem. He told you he did it, do it. He told you he did it, do it. Do you know what you need if you do that? Have you any idea what you would need as a person, what you would need to solve the poem doing what Forrest Fenn did? Any idea? Thank you. Some metal and resolve. Do you know how many words there are? Any idea how many words there are? synonym to those words in the poem. In order to solve that poem, you have to do what Forrest Fenn did. That's how simple it is. And if you don't, that's how difficult it is. You won't get the answers. You cannot. It's impossible. In any alternate reality, unless you get the answer from the poem, from what Forrest told you to do, you won't have the right answer. It's impossible. It's impossible to have the right answer. And it's impossible to know what the poem is about unless you have the first clue, which is what Forrest said. I missed all chat, sorry, but some people don't listen. For them that have ears to hear. Hi everyone. Hey Luli, how you doing? Well, that's out the door after Dale shared email showing Fenn ended it. You're still not hearing it, are you? It's not about the chest. This chase has not ended. Must have the chest. The chase has not ended. If anybody opens the box, can we just agree after so long that the cat is most... Yes, Schrodinger's. The cat is most... Yeah. So was the dog on the bridge. Yes, look up the word resolve. Look up the word metal. Have faith, hope, and charity. Oh, I did a... what's the name on that? Faith, hope, and charity. That's the way to live successfully. One for you and one for me. Money doesn't grow on trees, but babies come from ladies. Money, how you doing? Long time. Hope you're well. Mario, you are speaking to the deaf. Yes, but, why not? Charity and faith. Look up the words. What's up? Hey, Tyler, how you doing? It's all good, man. It's all good. I get frustrated with people shredding this cat, yeah. They choose to ignore the simple truth that it's impossible. When somebody does a treasure hunt and they tell you, somebody in the chase of this treasure hunt that I did, solved the first two clues and walked right by the chest. The person who set up this treasure hunt, someone has solved, or met people, few people, whatever the statement was, solved the first two clues, walked right by the chest. Why? Why in any universe, alternate reality, whatever, why would people use 9 clues to find the chest? Why? I just don't get it. Solved the first 2 clues, walked right by the chest. 2 clues, chest. And they carry on. Not just they carry on, everyone who has a solve is still going, my 3rd clue is this, my 4th clue is this, my 5th clue is this, and getting further away from the chest. And that, it begs belief that they can still believe that they've solved it walking right by the chest after the 2nd clue. Even if they were correct, even if their solve is correct. Let's say they started at the right where warm waters halt, and the Homer Brown was their 2nd clue. They had the right warm waters halt, the Homer Brown was the 2nd clue, and they walked right by the chest. Why are you using 9 clues in 9 different locations if, after the 2nd clue, you walk right by the chest? If, as Forrest was saying, they had the right information. Listen, please listen. Forrest said, this is the correct information. They solved 2 correct clues, walked right by the chest. Why in the hell would you go to clue 3, or clue 4, or clue 5, or clue 6, or clue 7, or clue 8, or clue 9, and not find the chest where you're looking? I wonder why it won't be where you're looking. If you walk past it after 2 clues, why would it not be at clue 9? Remember Forrest saying, the last clue is more important. That's when you have the chest. I don't get it. I really don't. Hey, Jeff. Greatest of these is love. I'm doing good, man. Living the dream here in Montana. Yeah, I bet it is nice there. Although I've seen some cold weather videos of Montana, and don't know. I don't know if I could live there. But in the in the good weather, yeah, definitely. I'm not a cold weather person, sorry. It's about encouragement. Yes, it is. Corinthians, 13:13. Faith, hope, and lover. Lover? Love. Charity. There was a Freudian finger. Hey, easy, easy. Hey, Ben, I'm expecting you to shave. Seriously am. I'm expecting you to shave. I'm expecting, some eruption going on stoof.com at some point soon. I hope you're doing well. I hope your holiday was great. But I am expecting to shave. Slave. Charlotte never sent me a handwritten note. Not impressed with that. Although, reading the poem, there's plenty of notes. Eruption, yeah. Yes, eruption. Volcano eruption. The information. Well, thank goodness I pulled the strangest clump of hair out of my beard. That wasn't a hair, that was a mouse. That was a mouse living in there. I need this thing gone yesterday. Oh, I don't know whether to believe that you need it gone, that it was gone yesterday, or you need it gone yesterday. But I've said before, if the chase for Forrest was to build a mansion, and on that mansion he would need a football pitch, a tennis pitch, tennis court, a motor racing pit, whatever, lots of different things he wants around this mansion. It's possible that in the chase the mansion has been built, which that was what was meant to be. It doesn't mean to say everything's been perfect that goes along with it, but it does mean that the important bit was done. So if that's the case, then does Forrest continue to build the tennis courts and the football pitch and whatever else that is supposed to be on, around this mansion, or is he happy that the mansion was built? That's where we are on the chase. Call it a draw, Ben, and shave it. Won't let anyone down. Davey, why you got rabbits in your beard, Ben? Greetings. What is squash? Well, that would can't ask a question like that to me. Like, squash is like when you squash something. Squash is like when you drink something. Squash is when you play squash. You can't ask a question like that to me. Squash is something to eat. Squash is lots of things. Just make beard, twine, and knit a cap. Never surrender. No retreat, no surrender. Oh, definitely. What was that? Two things. Karate Kid, probably, and something else. But what was the something else? Was that Jean-Claude Van Damme? No retreat, no surrender. Like Wayne mentioned, Batman was my favorite. There's more than meets the eye to that beard. Reason I don't think Forrest did more of this scam than pull the chest is because he wouldn't have thought it possible. Cipher. Yeah, I think Forrest regrets having the cipher in there because, you keep going on about it, but they're better than I. No one, it's not about who's better. This was never, shouldn't have been. This is about having fun. Seriously, Forrest wanted people to have fun in any way, shape, or form, whether you're out in the wilds or whether you're reading his poem and doing word search. You were going to have fun, and that's what this was about. And there's no denying the cipher. There's no denying it. It's a good cipher. There's no denying it. And if you're correct, listen, please listen. Stop arguing about it. I'm not even arguing with you. If you're correct, you'll get what you deserve. The chase has not finished. Hasn't finished. And you won't get anything until it's finished. It's that simple. It has not finished. And if you're the person that did it, you'll get it when it's finished. But what you'll get is whatever the chest was. You won't get the big stuff. You won't get what it was really about. You won't get any of that because you're not prepared to look for it. He wasn't going to reward an average searcher. Well, guess what? Guess what an average searcher is to Forrest? Just a little guess. Just off the top of your head, what do you think Forrest would call an average searcher? Somebody who found a chest. That's an average searcher, not a lead searcher, not a special searcher. Someone who found a chest. That's an average searcher. Because guess what? 350,000 people found a chest. You are not special. Your chest was found differently than 350,000 people, but they all found a chest. Street found one. Well, maybe not. Not Street. Bill found one. No, maybe not Bill. They have these places, but there is no chest. Dave Mann from the East found a chest. Troy found where a chest should be, etc., etc. Barbara found where a chest should be. You're not special because you found a chest, which makes you, hang on, what's the word? Oh, average. It makes you average. Anybody who found a chest out of 350,000 people, guess what? More than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 350,000. Guess what that makes it if you found a chest? It makes it average. It makes it average. Everybody found one, so it becomes an average. So you're an average searcher. You found a chest. Welcome to the average searchers. Do you see how it works, 5? You're not even listening to the information that you're putting out. You're an average searcher. You found a chest like 350,000 people found. They disagree that the way you found it, and you disagree with the way they found it. Remember, 2 football pitches. You're playing football on the pitch with all these other searchers that claim they're the solver. And on this other pitch is the thrill of the chase. Nobody's watching it. Nobody's playing it. Just Forrest on his own. And everyone is totally oblivious of the chase taking place on the other pitch because they're arguing on this pitch. My rules are better than yours. My clues are better than yours. The way to solve it is my way to solve it. Blah, 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 blah. It's a spiritual quest. It's this, it's that, it's the other. You're not even listening to Forrest, and you're arguing with each other. You're arguing with each other about different souls. And neither of you, none of you have any of the answers. Only the belief that your solve is correct. And meanwhile, the chase takes place over there, and nobody's watching it. Nobody has any idea what's going on. Totally oblivious. You cannot, please listen. You can't enter the thrill of the chase. You can't enter until, remember, this is real places, not just imaginary. It's a real place. They sent pictures to Forrest of this real place. You can't start unless you have the correct warm waters halt. And, listen to Forrest, you won't know you have the correct warm waters halt until you have the chest in your hands. So how the hell did you start? How did you start your journey in the thrill of the chase when you don't have the answer to warm waters halt? If you don't have that, you have nothing. So how did you start? From nothing, or your warm waters halt nothing. From your nothing, your second clue was what? Nothing. And your third clue was nothing. And your fourth clue was nothing. And you got to your 9th clue, and guess what you had at the end of the 9th clue? A chest. Isn't that amazing? You started with nothing, and after 9 clues, you end up with a chest. Because you started at your own warm waters halt, and you finished at your blaze, and at that blaze, guess what you're expecting to find? A chest. And that's how it works. You found a chest because you started at a warm waters halt, and you knew that when you would find a blaze, whatever the blaze is, because you're going to make it up, you don't know what a blaze is. You don't know what the blaze is that Forrest is talking about. So you make one up. This is the blaze. This, what I'm thinking. No one can think my thoughts, Forrest said. But you're thinking what I'm thinking, that's the blaze. Hang on. No one can think my thoughts. I've just thought that that's the blaze. But if I can't think Forrest Fenn's thoughts, that means it can't be the blaze. Because I can't think what Forrest thought. And Forrest thought of the blaze. It's his blaze. And yet you, 350,000 of you, can think what Forrest thought, even though he said you can't. You can think of the same blaze that Forrest Fenn was talking about. I can't think of the blaze that Forrest was talking about. He has to tell me. Forrest has to tell me, Mario, this is the blaze. Or, Street, this is the blaze. Or, Bill, this is the blaze. Or, Five, this is the blaze. Or, Dave, man from the East, this is the blaze. Has to be told in the poem. Because you can't make up the blaze. Because that would be thinking what Forrest Fenn thought. And he said, no one can think my thoughts. Do you see how it works? You can't have an answer. You can't make up an answer. The poem tells you the answer. When the poem tells you the answer, because you read the poem. When the poem gives you the answer because you read the poem, that's the answer. And guess what? You didn't think of it. You didn't think of it. Forrest did. Forrest thought of it. I don't think of it. Forrest told me. I didn't think of the answer. It's not something you can think. I've had this conversation with other people, privately. You can't think of the answer. Trusty was saying, well, you have to know the answer. You have to know the words in your solve, Mario. You have to know what the answer is. Otherwise, you can't find it in the words. Hang on. I have to know what the answer is. So if I already know what the answer is, then I can look for it because of the words. So surely it must tell me. Surely it must tell me. I must have an idea of what the answer is, and the poem must tell me if I'm correct. But what you're doing, you're finding information outside and saying that that's correct. The poem never said it was correct. You're taking the information outside and bringing it to the poem, not taking the information out of the poem. You're bringing outside information into the poem saying, yeah, this is it, because it translates from this to this and this and this, and that's it. No. You read the poem, read me what the poem says, and it's game over. Guess what? Forrest, the poem says, read me what the poem says, and it's game over. And that adds a bit more to that, but that's what it says in the poem. Read me what the poem says, and it's game over. It says a little bit more, but it's like, you have to read the poem. You have to read it. It's not rocket science. There is no special technique. Listen to what Forrest Fenn said. Do what Forrest Fenn said, firstly and foremost, because you're only looking for a chest. To find a chest, read the poem. Read it. What if Forrest changed the words because he looked up all the words in the poem? What if Douglas Preston read the first version? The first version that tells you where it is. This is how it used to look. Here's the information that tells you. Well, that's a bit easy, isn't it? That tells you where it is. I better change a few of those words. I'm not going to tell them where it is. Duh. I looked up all the words in the poem. Why? Why did Forrest Fenn tell us that he looked up all the words in the poem? Because he did. Why did he look up all the words in the poem? Because Jackie Kennedy was easy. Because he was not short of tenacity. Because the right and the tail. Because he changed those words. And you had to be aware of the substitute. Just read the poem. It's not difficult. Forrest is asking you to read the poem. I'll solve it. Read it. Read it. Find out what the poem says, what the poem tells you. That's it. Job done. Finished. Solve. Post-it note. Said it before. This much. That's it. A couple of words on there, a few words on there. That's it. Job done. You don't have to explain the cipher. You don't have to go through all of those things. You just have to say what the solve is. Here's the answer right here. Just write it there. Job done. For a chest. For a chest hidden in the Rocky Mountains. But guess what? Just listen a little bit. It's not about the chest. It's not about the chest. The chest is the lure. Why would anybody claim to have found a chest that is only the lure? Why do you want to be the person that found the booby prize? Why do you want to be that person? Why do you even think that that is a solve to the poem? That's not on no alternate plane, on alternate reality, in any way, shape, or form, where there are a million of them. Why would anybody, does anybody, need to claim they found a chest when that's not what this is about? And if it's not what this is about, you didn't solve the poem. I don't know how much simpler it can be than that. I really don't. 4 years on, saying the same things, I don't know how much simpler. You didn't solve the poem because it's not about the chest. Can be. I don't know how much simpler I can say it. You didn't solve the poem. You found a chest. I agree, you found a chest. You didn't solve the poem because the poem is not about the chest. Well, it's about the chest, but not only about the chest. It's about something more. And if you solved the poem, you would know what something more was. Does that make sense? Of course it makes sense. To any normal person, that would make sense. You cannot. It's impossible. It really is impossible. And I don't know why, whether you're trolling or whether you're real searchers or what. But if you can't accept that fact, there is something wrong with the way you think. The poem was not about the chest, purely, simply, only about the chest. It was not about the chest. Therefore, claiming you solved the poem, no, that's impossible. If the poem is not about the chest, solely, if it's not solely about the chest, and it's about something more, to solve the poem, guess what you need to know? A little guess, just off the top of your head. What do you need to know? What do you need to know? Who's Forrest Fenn? Who is Forrest Fenn? Who is Major Forrest Burke Fenn? Who is he? I hope nobody ever finds out. Why? Why would anybody say that? Here I am, magnanimous. What's the word? Altruistic. I'm giving away $1 million worth of gold. And then it goes up, over the years. Why would you say, I hope nobody ever finds out? Why? Listen, just listen. A man, Major Forrest Burke Fenn, there you go. There's $1 million. But don't tell anybody it was me. What? You've told the whole world. You wrote a book. Why do you say, I hope nobody ever finds out who the real Forrest Fenn is? Come on. I just don't get. I really don't. Trolls, paid, whatever it is. Real searchers, being stupid or ignorant or arrogant, I don't know what it is. Listen to that statement. I hope nobody ever finds out that I'm the man who put $1 million in a chest worth of gold and treasures for somebody to find. I hope nobody ever finds that out. What? You're having a laugh. What? No. If you just thought for a little bit, if you just listened to him a little bit, you would know that doesn't make sense. I'm giving people the chance to have $1 million, but I don't want nobody to know it was me. Even though I told him it's me and I wrote a book. Come on. So there's something more. There's something more. And to solve the poem, guess what you need to do? I've already told you, but guess. Go on. Oh, thanks. Who the heck is Forrest Fenn? Who is he? And why does he not want you to know who he is? What is it that he's done that is so brilliant and amazing? He doesn't want you to know that he did it. Do you see how that works? Is there any glimmer in you, just that little spark that sees how that works? I have done something amazing. I hope you never find out. I don't want you to find out. But I've done something amazing. I can affect the future. I've told you. I can affect the future. I've done something really, really well. Really, really good. Something better than hiding a chest worth $1 million. So you're finding it, please listen. You're finding a chest, it's irrelevant. It means nothing. In the big picture, and Forrest told you, don't tell me you found a chest. I don't need to know your name. Read me what the poem says. What is difficult to understand about that? There is nothing difficult to understand. If I hid it in the same place, nobody would ever find it there. What is difficult to understand about those statements? If you people that say you're the solvers, why does Forrest make that statement? Forrest, it's a cipher. Look, here I am. I'm sending you the information about this cipher. Here's where the chest is. This is how I solved it. I found your cipher, and this is it. Nobody's ever going to find it there. Does that include you, 5? Of course it does. Nobody's ever going to find it there. But you found it, and you told Forrest you found it. And he's saying, well, nobody's ever going to find it there. What? Hang on a minute. What? No. And he gave you the ciphers. He gave you them. Offered us positive solutions. They're not going to find the treasure, but they're offered us a positive solution. Them are his words, roughly. Why'd you keep going on about it? You found a chest. The chase is not about that chest. That's what got you into the chase. That's exactly what got you into it. But that's not what it's about. And if you only found a chest, you didn't solve the poem because you have no idea who Forrest Fenn is, who did something amazing. You have no idea why the hairs are in the olive jar or in the chest or wherever they are. I think they're in the olive jar. You have no idea. You have no idea why two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. None. So how have you solved the poem? It's amazing. I find it incredible that people can make the same claims without even taking on board the slightest bit of information that Forrest Fenn said. Who is Forrest Fenn? Do you know? Do you know who Forrest Fenn is? The person that he hopes nobody ever finds out. Do you know who that person is? No. How have you solved the poem? How have you solved the poem if you don't know that? It's incredible to believe that you even think it. You found a chest. I agree you found a chest. 350,000 people found a chest. You're an average searcher who found a chest, who got a positive result from whatever information they put into the poem. You're not the only one. And everybody's adamant that their solve is correct. Even the Taos Pueblo. How can it be the Taos Pueblo? It's a place where people go. It's in a place where people would normally go. It's in the place itself is in the sun most of the day, but the treasure is not. The chest is not. What? No. It's simple logic. It's barefaced, in-your-face logic that says no. No. If people are going to this place, no, it's not. And by this place, I mean the place where you say the chest is. If there are people at that precise spot where the chest is, no. If somebody could stumble on that chest in that place, no. No. Listen, no. It's impossible. Based on what Forrest Fenn said, nobody will stumble on that chest. 9 billion people in the world, and all of those people, there is not one of them in this reality or any other that is going to stumble on that chest. But you can say, yeah, it's in there, there it is, right there by that tree. You see that bloke? You see that bloke near that tree? See that bloke there near that tree? That's where the chest is. But don't tell him or her or that little kid. Don't tell any of them that it's there. But that's where it is. No. No. Listen, no. No one is going to stumble on it. No one. Which means it's not there. It's not there. It can't be there. Not you, Five. Not you, Bill. Not anyone. It can't be there. Because anywhere, seriously, anywhere that people are going, guess what? You can stumble on it. It's that simple. Anywhere that you people say that it is, because you're going there, because people go there, because it's a place where people go, that's not where it is. Because it's in a place where people wouldn't normally go, and someone can stumble on it. And there's a reason why Forrest Fenn says all of these things. I know, the chest is wet. Oh, that counts me out then, because where my chest is, it's dry. No, they don't say that. They don't say that. What they say is, Forrest is a liar. Forrest is a fake. Forrest is a fraud. Forrest pulled it. No. The statement is true. The chest is wet. The statement is true. The chest is wet. If your solve doesn't have a wet chest, it's not correct. It's not correct. Forrest isn't lying. You just don't want to hear what he's saying. But he's telling you, I know the chest is wet. Yeah, well, Forrest said most of the places in the Rocky Mountains is wet, blah, blah, blah. Well, okay then. So where your chest is will be wet. Yeah? If Forrest says most of the places in the Rocky Mountains are wet. Still should be wet, shouldn't it? You should still have a wet chest. Yes? Have you got a wet chest? No. Because where you think the chest is, it's bone dry. It's not wet. So you're right and Forrest is wrong? Crazy. I'm doing just that. I don't know what that is. Said he himself couldn't end chase. Then he did. No, exactly. He said he couldn't end it, and it hasn't ended. And you're not listening still. Forrest is in his thrill of the chase. Remember, you're playing in this football pitch with all these other people, and Forrest is over here, waiting for the chase to end. Remember waiting? He's waiting for the chase to end. Can I make it happen like it's supposed to be? Still doing that. And you're playing on this other pitch, not aware of what's happening in the chase. Because you refuse point blank to listen to the statement, nothing is as it seems. Nothing is as it seems. You refuse to listen to that statement. You refuse to listen to it, to hear it. You refuse to listen to this. Words don't mean what you think they do. You refuse to listen to this, and you would rather claim that Forrest is a fraud. You would rather claim that Forrest ended it. You would rather claim that he's a liar than go, hang on a minute, he told me that nothing is what it seems. Why am I worried? I need to do a different solve because Forrest has told me nothing is as it seems. And I believed it was, even though he told me it wasn't. But you don't. You just say, no, he's a liar. No, he screwed me. No, he's done this. No, he's done that. No, he hasn't. No, he has not. Is your chest wet? Forrest told you the chest is wet. Do you forget that? Forrest told you it's in a place where people normally go. Do you forget that? Of course you do, because you think you're right. And you won't take on board anything that I've said. I'm quite incorrect if that is your theory. Oh, well, won't be the first time. Yep. Forrest had, the poem had to be just so. There was a reason people won't debate me in person. I don't need to debate you. I've done that poem. I've done that solve. I agree that the cipher works. I agree. But then so does Bill solve. And so does Dave Mann from the East solve. And so will Aware solve. And so will any but Treasure Poem. Anyone. Ben. Not Ben. Sorry, Ben. Oh, yeah, Ben has a solve. That would work. But I think Brent John. It works. They'll all work. They all work. Do you know why they work? Because it is a warm waters halt. It is a canyon. It is a home of brown. It is the end is ever drawing nigh. It's all no place for the meek. It's all of those things. It's all of them. Whichever solve you come up with, it has its own answers to the thrill of the chase. And anything in the whole world, is chase related. Anything. You can, I'm not lying, you can You can bring anything that you see in your everyday life, no matter where you go, and think, oh, that's the chase. And that's how vague the chase is. Anything. Walking along quite happily, and all of a sudden, oh, no place for the meek. That's it. No. Oh, the home of Brown. That's it. No. No. You have to be told. You have to be told what the answer is. Well, or flawed, I lose. That statement is very generic. Forrest gave me good advice, but I didn't take it. But he didn't either. He didn't take the advice either. Oh dear, that's bad. Forrest gave everybody good advice, and none of us have took it. That is sad, Five Leaf. You obviously have no faith of the man that said, believe in America. Oh, yeah, I gathered that he got no faith. To pass bullshit past me to others would require you ever appearing logical. You're not. These words that you're uttering, Five, I think you'll regret them one day. They are all part of Fenn's memories. Then why don't you know the clues on stoof.com? But I would have to look for the clues on stoof.com to know the clues on stoof.com. And who says I don't know the clues on stoof.com? I've said before, the fact that I don't give information is not because I don't know information, it's because I don't think that I need to give you the information. So knowing that the ode to Peggy is in the poem, do I need to give you that information? No. I don't need to give it. Doesn't mean to say that I don't know it. So I can look in the poem for information to get answers. That Nashville might be important for other reasons other than stoof.com. Just recently, maybe. Even Donald Trump, maybe. There's information that I don't need to give if I was still searching. But I'm not searching. I've told you, I've told everybody. Told Forrest. I'm not searching. I don't need to find anything. There's nothing that I need to find. There's nothing that I want to find. This is not about me. It's not about Davey. This is about Forrest Fenn. And I've said to Davey, if Forrest wants to take it with him, take it with him. I'm not searching. I'm not searching. If there's information that I get from the poem that says I should tell someone, I'll tell someone. But if it doesn't say that I should tell someone, I'm not going to tell someone. I'm not going to tell anyone. I don't need to. Because I'm not searching. I am not in the chase as a person who wants to be the winner. Guess what? Who's going to be the winner? Forrest is going to be the winner. On page 15, Forrest wants to be the winner. He wants to make it happen. Now, if making it happen is getting me to say something about stoof.com, then I'll say something about stoof.com. I've already said some things about stoof.com that I think could be important. And the clues on stoof.com, for me, is just about the answers that are outside. That's it. I'm not interested in what's happening on the inside, even though what's happening on the inside could be helping people understand the chase. But the chase, the mansion has been built. What Forrest wanted to build has been built. Now, there's everything else that needs to take place. The spot or the place, no, not yet. his special place, what he wants, where he wants to be, where he wants to go. But the initial mansion, that's been built. It's done. It's finished. That part of the chase has been finished. Now, if that's the case, then Forrest can take that with him if he chooses to do so, and no one's going to know. No one's going to know what it is. No one's going to know, and that's up to Forrest, not up to me. And I know if Forrest hears this, he knows I know what it is. He knows I know everything about what's happening, what's taking place to the day. Not just me, Davey as well. He knows I know. And that's the only person that needs to know. He knows that I know what the poem says. He knows that what he wants, I know. So, and that's not to say that I'm the solver. That's to say that I know. Ghost Dancer was in earlier, saying you didn't find it. Well, yeah, I found it. Somebody may have found it before me. Fine, doesn't matter. It's not about me. It's not about them. It's about Forrest. So Forrest will honour whatever he set out to be doing. Forrest will honour that. I'm 100% certain. And if there is something for somebody finding in a chest, not the chest, a chest. So many people found a chest. I know nobody found that chest. Nobody found that chest. It's impossible. Nobody found that chest. A chest, yes. With all the different souls, yes. A chest was found by different people. But the chest, no. Because nobody had the mental resolve to do that. No one. There is nobody that I know of. They may have done it. Absolutely may have done it. Just didn't say. You know, the kind of person that finds that chest can't keep it quiet. I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they never said a word, kept it quiet. I haven't kept it quiet. I've told you the answers. You just don't listen. The truth of it is, it wasn't about a chest. It was about something else. And the truth of it is about who Forrest Fenn is. And you haven't even done that. And Forrest said, I dare you to come find me. You haven't even done that. I dare you to come find me. You haven't done that. But to find me, does that mean to find me? Or does that mean who is the real Forrest Fenn? Who is the real Forrest Fenn? I hope nobody ever finds out, Forrest said. Why? Why would he hope that nobody ever found out? He never even asked a question. He never even bothered to ask the question. And I mean these people that say they're the souls, not about other people who want to find out who Forrest is, who are looking for Forrest even now. Not talking to those people. I'm talking to people who just found a chest, who say that they're the solver of the poem. And both of those are impossible statements. Self-important requires very visible skill, and people still don't like it. Why would you want to be self-important? Hi, Mama Q's here. Hello, Mama Q. How you doing? I haven't seen the name. I've just seen Lulu saying hi. Someone is keeping his secret. He asked us all to keep a secret. All of us. Whoever found, whoever knew, whoever understood what was going on. It's vital that nobody shares my secret, the knowledge, or whatever the statement is. And, I don't know. I don't get it. The fact that Forrest said it, nobody heard that. Because everybody who has a solve says, yeah, I solved it and this is where it is. That's some way of keeping a secret, isn't it? I found it and this is how we did it. I found it and this is where it is. I found it, blah, blah, blah. And I have not kept a secret. I have not kept it. I've told you it. I've told you it in a way that you wouldn't take any notice of it, but I have told you it. Which comforts me in a sense that I've told you, and you could have had an easier 4 years than you are. But, more importantly, I haven't told you because Forrest doesn't want anyone to know. Those are his words. Ronnie Mills. Hope nobody ever finds out who the real Forrest Fenn is. Or, I have good reason to believe that Forrest hid other treasures. He kept it mostly secret. I have reason to believe that Forrest hid other treasures. I mean, I think you know more than me, Luli, but I have reason to believe that Forrest. People say the chase is over. The chase will never be over. Does he know that I know he knows? Speaking in third person. Does he know that I know? Are you asking me that as a real question? Does he know that I know he knows? I don't know what that means. I know what it means, but I don't know what you're asking. If you're asking me, or if you just indeed same for you, Lulu. I know he did, Lulu. Everything that Forrest said, he meant the opposite. Everything that Forrest said, he meant the opposite. Did he mean the opposite? No. No, when he says things are not what they seem, he meant things are not what they seem. There are things, if you're talking about how, no, I don't think, I don't know. I don't get into that opposite. That's a bit weird. I don't know how to answer that. But I don't think everything that he said meant the opposite. I know exactly where it is not. No, Nomadic, you don't. I'm sorry. I'm just going to be devil's advocate now because I like you and I know that you have a laugh and a joke. But if you don't know where it is, how can you know where it is not? Because knowing where it is not means you know where it is. See how that works? The fact that you know where it isn't, there's only one place left. If all the places you know where it is not, there's only one place left that it is. And by process of elimination, you know where it is because you know where it isn't. See how that works? The fact that you know where it isn't means you must know where it is because the last place that it isn't is the place that it is. See how awkward I am? Read me the poem. Yes, he did. Many don't believe me, but I don't care. I believe you. Yep, there is. Hi, Davy B. How is it down under? The chill has moved in. Uh-oh, spring in 4 weeks. Yippee! Right, spring? Wow, that went quick. The treasures you seek is hidden, but will be revealed soon. I hope you talk to everybody else. I'm not seeking for any treasure. David Paisano, hello, how are you? Forest Fenn's Conspiracy Bridge will be open at 8 Central tonight. How long is that? Am I eating into your time? Sorry, matey. I didn't even know it's Friday, I have to be honest. My days just blur one into the other. How long have I got, David? If you want to go now, that's fine. I don't mind. I didn't realise it's Friday. I didn't realise I was eating on your time. Son of a bitch. Can't I get anything right? I'm just saying. I'm just being awkward. But if you're saying that it's not there and it's not there, 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 at some point you'll get to a point where it has to be there. So knowing where it isn't means you know where it is. So Nomadic, do you know where it is? No tolls? Oh no. For whom the bell tolls, and there's none of them. Oh, we're in trouble now then. Not true. I can name many places it is not without knowing where it is actually. No, because if you know where it isn't, that means every other place than where it is. You can't say it's not there and it's not there, it's not, well, you can if it's your house. But you don't know where it isn't. You just know some places where it isn't, and it might be in others. But you don't know every place that it is not. It's impossible. Because if you know every place that it is not, you know the place that it is. Well, listen in. Also watching Olympics. Ooh, correct. My bad. My bad. Well, after this show. No. You're fine. If you want to go live now, I don't want to eat into your time, David. That wasn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to. Basically, this is about the ode to Peggy is in the poem. It's that simple. The ode to Peggy Jean is in the poem. And it's written as 4 pages. So the first verse, you know how I do it, is written. And you turn the page, start blank, and then read the second verse, turn the page, start blank, read the third verse, turn the page, and read the fourth verse. So today I looked in the sky, I saw a sparrow flying by, whatever it is one verse, and turn it over, then read the other one, then turn it over. So there's a poem within the poem, which could potentially be the ode to Peggy Jean. There's also the poem. I'm not going to talk about that because somebody else has already mentioned it, and I don't want to take credit for it. But there's also the Babbling Brook poem in the poem. Can I shut them up? That poem, that's in the poem. And then there's also the poem itself. The words in the poem are in the poem. So when Forrest says there's a poem in the poem, and Dale would know what it was. Remember, Dale was asked by Cynthia if the poem, the Babbling Brook poem, the Babbling Brook poem, if that was a poem that Forrest wrote, Dale would know. He was like, well, I don't know, it could be, I don't know. But I'm sure if he knew that the Ode to Peggy was the poem in the poem, he would know that Forrest wrote that. And so would everybody in the chase, who has been in the chase long enough, would know the Ode to Peggy Jean that's in the Full of the Chase book on page 142 is in the poem. So Forrest wrote that poem in his poem. And I'm certain that Dale would know if somebody said that to him. If Jack had wrote that poem, Ode to Peggy Jean, if it was that one, not the Babbling Brook poem, he would say, yeah, Forrest wrote that. So there's more than one poem in the poem. There's the poem itself within the poem. There's the Babbling Brook poem in the first stanza. There's the Ode to Peggy poem on 4 different pages, 4 verses. Poem within the poem, the Babbling Brook poem, Ode to Peggy Jean, and the poem itself. There's 4 poems. Yeah, 4 poems. And then there's the information from the book that you can bring to the poem. So the words in the book that are written in the book are in the poem. The go outside for elbow room is in the poem. Told my mother and father, in fact, for some homework, for some fun, just a little bit of fun. Answers, yeah. The hints in the book will help with the clues in the poem. Just read that passage about told my mother and father was going outside for elbow room, then find it in the poem at the top. So first and second stanza, roughly around there, by memory, a long time ago. So both told my mother and father I was going outside for elbow room. Read it in the poem. And there are hints in the book that will help with the clues in the poem. So there are other bits of information from the book. The ashes flitted down on Taos Mountain. Where's that? Near Take the Chest and Go in Peace? No, before that. So if you've been wise and found the bullet, no, before that. The end is ever drawing nigh, probably roughly there. Starts there, then goes down. So Taos Mountain you'll be able to find, and then flitted, like the ashes flitted. It's in the poem. Book. The words in the book are in the poem. So to help with the clues, the hints in the book will help with the clues in the poem. And in the poem, there's information in the poem that tells you to read the book, to tell you answers, and then there's information in the book that you can find in the poem that helps you with, I don't know, maybe locations or something. So, and the titles in the book could help you with something else. So, the Teacher with Rope, Totem Cafe Caper, blah, 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 may not be what you think it is. Those words don't mean what you think they do. So maybe there's different information there. But again, You need metal and resolve. If you want to look up those words, it takes a long time to try and work out what those words could potentially mean. Now, I told you at the very beginning that, and it doesn't have to mean this, but it's one possible interpretation. If you are confident, if you are brave, and in the wood, if you are confident, and contact Forrest, so and in the wood, in his contact, seriously, I'm not bullying you, in his contact. So if you are confident, move with confidence. If you are confident and contact Forrest, the wood is a forest. So if you are, you can look it up, more homework if you want. I only give you the facts. If you are confident and contact Forrest, I give you ownership. Title is ownership, like pink slips or whatever. I give you ownership of the deed. Gold is deed. So what if you read it differently? What if it was a different poem? So if you read the poem differently, what if the words don't mean what you think they do? What if you read it differently? What does the poem actually say? And then Forrest says, read me what the poem says, and it's game over. So there's obviously more before that that's changed or could have changed. And I'm not prepared to tell you what that is. But it could mean, why is it that I must make and leave my trove for all to seek? So Forrest is telling you something that he's going to do. He's actually got to make the trove to leave it for us to seek. So he hasn't made it. Why is it that I must make and leave my trove for all to seek? Which is no different than getting the chest together, getting the gold and everything, putting in the chest, the diamonds and everything. So it's no different than that. So that's after the chest has been found. So he's saying the chest has been found and that was just a lure, potentially, with Jack, whatever, nothing's as it seems. So the chest has been found. Now I must go and make the trove for everyone to find because the chest was a lure. Now the chase starts and no one's going to look for it because they think it was a chest. So now I must make this trove for everyone to seek. Or I've already made this trove for everyone to seek. And now the chase will end. When it ends, I can't end the chase, Forrest said. Why he couldn't end the chase is because it has to start the chase. It has to start before it can finish. It wasn't about the chest. So we can't end it because it's about the trove. Listen, please listen. Can't make it any simpler. If Forrest put a chest out in the Rocky Mountains, Forrest, can you end the chase, please? No, I can't, even if I want to. What do you mean you can't? Where's the chest? Go get it. That's it. Finished. Done. Finished. That in itself says it's not about the chest. Seriously, just please listen. It's not rocket science or quantum mechanics or whatever. I can't end the chase, even if I wanted to, which is just a chest in the Rocky Mountains. Of course you can, Forrest. Can I make it happen the way that it's meant to be? Of course you can, Forrest. Here's a chest. Put it out in the middle, right in the middle, in the open, where anyone can stumble on it. Of course you can make it happen. Just leave it out there and anyone can find it. And you made it happen. Well done. Job done. He's not talking about the chest. Of course he isn't. And he can't end it because he's not talking about the chest. If he was talking about the chest, he'd go and get the chest and it would end. That's not what the chase is about. And I don't know how simpler I can make it. It's not what the chest is about. It's not about that chest. So Forrest can't just go out and get the chest and end the chase because it's not about that. It's not about that. The chase is something more than just that chest. And if you keep saying you found the chest, I don't know what your mindset is, but it's not the human race. It can't be. It cannot be. Forrest could end the chase by going and getting the chest back. It's that simple. Forrest can make it happen by putting a chest out right in the middle where everybody could stumble on it, and he can make that happen too. It was never about the chest. And if you can't see that, I really don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what to say to you. The simple statements of fact tell you that this is more than the chest. So why are you claiming you found one when it's nothing to do with the chest? And why are you saying you solved the poem when it's nothing to do with the chest? Yeah, it's nothing to do with the chest. The chest is one thing. Solving the poem, no. He should have painted "I love Peggy" on a water tower for us. Perhaps from the Ken Anderson. Okay. Is that you, Dave? Unless the treasure was moved into. Oh, I don't know what that's about, but look, please stop saying that the chest was moved. There was only ever going to be one spot. There is no way the chest moves. No way. None. Zilch. Forrest can't move the chest and go, oh yeah, you know the one place that I said it was going to be? Well, I thought of a different one. No. No. And when I say one spot, I mean one spot. There was only ever one spot. And I can't see that you can't see it. I really can't. It's like you're the worst trolls ever. Because if you're real searchers, what is going through your head? It cannot have been moved. There was only ever going to be one spot. So therefore, the spot that it is the spot that it is, and that's it. What's Forrest going to say? Oh, yeah, you know this special place that I was talking about? I thought, no, I'll just move it over here. I'll just move it a mile away or 3 miles away or 5 miles away or 10 miles away. It doesn't matter where it is because it's not really that special to me, the spot. I don't know what people think. David, good to see you. Instead of another poem. You could see me? Yeah, I get like that. Quickly down, Christian Dior, Andy Green, Peggy. To her love of fashion, the new look. Okay, you say so. You aren't wearing a hat. Oh no, he's not wearing. Oh no, I don't need that. I don't need that. Don't need that, Jeff. Oh, David, not wearing a dress. Yes, you are, Zozo. You're wearing a dress. Zozo, men in no pants. Well, that's because they've got rust stains on them. He's sliding out the window. No, slipping out the window, sliding down the fire escape. Once you put your boxing gloves on, you take the dress off. No way, David. No, you don't. There is no way with your boxing gloves on that you're going to take your dress off. I don't know. A zip or a tie or a... That's going to be hard work, messing about with the dressing boxing gloves. Men in ties. Is that Robin Hood? Manly man. Manly man. Man, I miss so much chat. I don't know what the Palisade Sill thing was. Knowing where it is does not justify you do know where it is. Totally logical. Knowing where it is does not justify you do know where it is. Well, if the poem tells you where it is, you would have to say that you know where it is. That's all I see it. If the poem tells you where it is, then you would say you know where it is, or was, or could have been, or whatever you want to say. Men in their underwear. Hey, Indy, how you doing? Good to read you. Very unfair what happened. A woman fighter with a trans bummer. I just saw a bit of that. I don't just like on a headline on the internet. I heard that someone was crying, and I saw what looked like a bloke. Looked like a bloke, like there's a woman crying, and what looked like a bloke sitting there. But I take that to be a female who failed the drugs or whatever it is, not drugs, testosterone level or whatever it is that says, you know, you're not. I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of this. I can't remember what it's called. Non binary, these whatever they're called, whatever it all is. So obviously failed because there's more male than female in this person. So I don't get that. But I don't know. Fun fact, David Paisano, when training in martial arts for the 7 years I did, I was taught if a woman raises her hand in a she is no longer a woman. Protect and use defense to subdue her. Mm. It makes sense in some way. I'm of the belief that you shouldn't hit a woman, but I can understand what you're saying. But if she's going to kick your ass, then maybe. Mind you, if she's got the wherewithal to actually, take you on in the first place, then she's probably going to win. Happy weekend. Yeah, I didn't even know it's Friday. I have to be honest, I didn't know it's Friday. Although I should have done because everybody's put their bin out. I didn't put my bin out because I didn't know it's Friday. But I was referring to the Olympic boxer that has tested positive for XY chromosomes that is in the quarterfinals. I think that's what Lily's talking about, isn't it? But Mario, did you know the Dresden Codex is part of the Rurally Codex? I knew of a link, but I didn't know it was part of it. Part of it. Problem with our history, all the information we get has been written by privileged people. And take that any way you want, but most of the information we get is given to us by privileged people. And most of it is written by people that were not there. It's been an interpretation of what's been handed down, maybe. Not all of it, some of it, people were there. So they're like, just second-hand accounts. And some of it is just copied from those accounts. So we get to see what those privileged people want us to see, and not what is or could potentially have been, our real history. I knew there was a link, but I didn't know it was the same. So part of that says it's the same. I didn't know that. That info was apparently not true, and I don't know what info that was. Glad she quit before she got really hurt. So glad Paul Whelan is home. Not glad Brittany is home. Not sure what that is. They must be American people from the Olympics. I just think she tested inconclusive. She is bio female. See, this is getting a bit weird now because where do you draw the line at? Well, anything. That's the problem with how we're going now because they're claiming different types of sexuality, whatever it is that says you're male, female, or whatever. And that is very confusing. So male and female is one thing, and then you get people that are on these drugs or whatever, and trying to change testosterone levels and the estrogen level and blah blah blah, whatever it is. Therefore, there must be different stages of whether you're male or female. That don't make sense to me. So I don't know how they can keep an eye on it. But that person that I saw, so I saw the lady crying with dark hair, and I saw a half-caste person that looked like a bloke, and I thought, wow, looks like a bloke to me. I would have said, you're right, mate. if I'd have seen that person just walking down the street, I said, "You're right, mate," thinking that it was male. She does look male, though. I have to be honest. Even the Taiwanese lady. Yeah, she looks like a bloke. if I'd have seen that person just walking down the street, I'd have got, yeah, that's a bloke. But that's how I got in trouble. Not well, I did get in trouble by her, him. So somebody at work, I called her, and she said, I'm like, no, he said. I'm like, oh, sorry. No, if you were sorry, you wouldn't have said it. So, what? I didn't know. If I knew, that you were just the person I thought was a she said they wanted to be a he. And I'm like, well, you look like a she. So, I said her. I wasn't being horrible or trying to upset you. I just didn't know. Anyway, he said my name's Noah. So, well, if I knew your name was Noah, I would have known, to address you as he. I didn't know your name was Noah, and I just thought that you were female. Sorry. And it's like, I mean, she is female. She is female, but she wants to be known as a he. I don't know. Or wants to be a he. So go through the process of being a he. I don't know. They did not have excuse me. They did not have DNA testing. Only in the chase, David, or NDA testing. Instead of DNA testing, let's do some visual test. Oh, I don't know about that, David. I don't know about that. There might be a lunch pack there. No, I don't want to. No. All the judges were hands on. Self promotion time, laugh out loud. If you collect Silver Age comic books, I will be pushing it. So Dell 4 comic. Oh, I used to have some. I don't know if you know them. There's a Viz. Quite a few of those Viz comics and Judge Dredd comics, but they also got nicked. I just heard a bass, Jamal, whatever that is. I just heard Space Jamal died in the Grand Canyon process there. Don't know who that is. Bass, I don't know who that is. But I'm sorry to hear that, and feel, sorry for his family. If that's real, I don't know what it means, but if that's real. Faulty. Oh, Bass Jumper. I see it now. That didn't read like Bass Jumper, but now I see it. Yes, a Bass Jumper. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's regular, but it does happen, doesn't it, with them people do. But yeah, condolences to the family. But, and that could take to the chase, couldn't it? So, somebody died base jumping and don't ban base jumping. That's a lot more dangerous than a treasure hunt. I think all sports need to start a transgender league that will end every dispute. Expect those within those leagues. Right. So yeah, I agree that. And then they're still going to moan. Like, why should we be separate than everybody else? We should be allowed to take part. Blah blah. But so you have Special Olympics, then you should have these transgender things, and then only in that sporting arena can all those issues be dealt with and affect those people only in that. Once, I'm not being anti whatever it is that you call it. Once you separate it, people moan that you separate. We should have the ability to do this and that and the other. But it's not fair. It's not right. And it's not, it's not conducive to fair play. It's just not possible to run it fairly. So it has to be separate. So the Special Olympics are separate to normal Olympics. Not because of, the abilities that they have, they're limited in what they can do. So it's not fair to put them up against someone who has an advantage. And that's how this transgender thing is. People are going to have an advantage if they're male fighting female. That's just, the way of the world. And that is why you can't give people jobs because of their colour. You can't give people jobs because of their ethnicity, right? Their religion. You can't give people jobs because of their sexual, nature or their sexual preference. So whether they're male or female, you can't give them a job because of that. You can't give them a job because they're gay or lesbian. No, you give people jobs because they can do the job. We're at the point now where we started from, oh, you're racist, you're this, you're that, to fully the other way. You can have a job because I'm sexist. And you can have a job because I'm racist. Because I'm saying this black person must have a job because we want a black person in their job. This gay person must have a job because we want a gay person in their job. This woman must have a job because we want a woman in their job. This transgender person must be given a job because they're transgender. What? What the heck is the world coming to? Nobody's getting a job because they can do the job. They're getting a job because they're whatever these people are. Because we're going to have these token people in our business. What the heck is that? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Give people the job because they can do the job. If you're a female and you're good enough to do a man's job, you get the job. You shouldn't get the job because you're female. That's pathetic. Or male, or the other way around. You shouldn't get the job in a female environment because we want male people in our female environment. No. No. That's crazy. Excuse me. I don't get what the world's coming to. We're giving people jobs because it looks good. Not because they can do the job. It looks good. Are you crazy? The world has gone crazy. Give people the jobs if they can do the job. And by doing the job, I don't mean dumb it down. I don't mean if you're supposed to run 3 miles in so many minutes to get the job, you don't dumb it down because a woman's doing it and she can't run it in 3 minutes. It still has to be 3 minutes. And if you have to be 6 foot, you have to be 6 foot. And whatever else that the job requires, that's what you have to do. You cannot give a job of a footballer to someone who plays ice hockey. No. Let the person who does ice hockey play ice hockey and the person who's a footballer play football. Give the job to an engineer and give the job to the bricklayer and give the job to the typist and whether they're male or female, it doesn't matter. But give it to those people who can do the job. Those people who studied for it, those people who work for it, those people who can do it. Give them the job. Now, I'm sorry if, in a workplace, it's 90% female and 10% male. Sorry. But if those people can do the job, that's what it is. And the other way around. Or 100% of them are gay. If they can do the job, that's it. You can't say, well, we've got 100% gay people here. We need some, heterosexuals, and we need some lesbians, and we need some pansexuals, and we need some whatever. What? No, if they can do the job, let them do the job. Don't take some people out of the job because they're not of the right whatever. That's crazy stuff. Crazy. I don't know why I'm ranting on about that. Here, have some of these. I don't know what started that off. Oh, yes, I do. OMG, just made the case for transgender basketball players, isn't it? Same as elections, you pick the best person for the job. It's 100%. If you can do the job, you can do the job. And if you can't do the job, you don't get the job. OTAT, yes, meritocracy, not DEI hiring. Yeah, that was, that's the best example of it, isn't it? Whilst, it's a great meme and an iconic moment, Trump going, fight. It should not have been allowed to happen. He should not have been able to pop his head up and do that. Because if there was another shooter there, He was dead. He was dead. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Trump, fight, fight, fight. Yeah, but he was dead. Look at his head. Hey, everybody, if you want to shoot me, I'm here. What? He was supposed to be covered. I don't see why they don't just have like, if it is that you got to have small people, doesn't matter whether they're male or female. I don't give a shit about that. If you have small people, then you need one of those, a bulletproof umbrella for any bodyguarding type thing. You know, if you can't cover the person you're supposed to cover, then you need a bulletproof umbrella. Even if they just don't want to be seen, you need something to cover them, but it has to be bulletproof so they can't be shot. And it's like, yeah, fight, fight, fight. What? What? And I'm not trying to be horrible about your country, because you know I thought your country was great, just like I thought my country was great. But now, talk about laughing stock of, you know, the government itself, and then what's happened there. Like the best um, personal protection detail that the world knows, the best that the world knows, they look rubbish. I don't know how long it will take to recover from that, like the Secret Service, the FBI, the CIA, you know, all the people involved, whatever went into that, you know, the elite people that came on with the guns and everything. Whatever went into that, that was the worst. I know people are saying, yeah, but the people that protected the president, Donald Trump, did a good job. No, they didn't. Because he's standing there going, fight, fight, fight. How is that a good job? that that is the worst job that is possibly imaginable for somebody who's supposed to be protecting, you know, laying down their life to protect someone. For somebody who's supposed to be doing that, allowing him to pop his head up and go do that, no. It's crazy. Steve, would you work on one of my hunts? I haven't done one in a while. Oh, yeah, I'd like to do one of Candy's hunts. Biden should not. Yeah, just, I don't get that. And it is obviously the Secret Service cannot. Yeah. Like I say, I don't know what happened there, whether they were told to stand down. You know, I don't believe that it. Oh, I don't know. I want to try and stick up for the Secret Service because they are, you know, probably the best of the best. But what I saw there was like, I don't know whether it was planned that, you know, it should be that in order to get the shot, in order to, you know, take him out, or that they just really are. I mean, I have to think that they're really just lowering the standards, because I could not imagine that woman being a good Secret Service agent. Not chasing anybody, not tackling anybody, not, you know, maybe she's got, you know, the best brain and she can think, you know. But I'm sorry, that's not a good advert for, you know, personal protection. Just doesn't, I don't believe it. So I don't know what happened there, but maybe nothing is as it seems. COVID helped Biden be the candidate and steal the election. It's what China and yeah, 100%. China's happy as Larry. Mario used to be so good at breaking down my hunts. I honestly thought he was going to solve it. I stopped him. So, and I said to Davey that even the things that you know don't need to be told, and you don't need to solve everything because it's just not fair for everybody else. So, and I'm not trying to be big-headed or anything. I don't. There are other things to find in the chase. Absolutely, 100%. There are other things to find, and even if I knowing if they where they are, I wouldn't. I wouldn't, because that's, you know, there's no need for it. I wouldn't do it. But yeah, I'd like to do one of your hunts again. Somebody talked about the golden owl, and I'm thinking, oh, is that in the poem? I'm thinking, like, most of the hunts could be forest. They could all be forest hunts for all I know. So I start thinking, well, if I look in the poem, is he going to tell us? I'll try, but I'm dumb as hell, Indy. You're not Steve. Yeah, he's a smart dude, Steve is. It's hard to acknowledge the Secret Service as the best after that cartoon. But that's what I'm saying, if you've been given the order to stand down, like the way I hear it is they weren't given the amount of people they needed to do the detail anyway, so they were up against it because they didn't have enough people. So they're up against it anyway. And the people that they were given wouldn't have been the best people because it's not the president. So remember, Trump was a former president. At the moment, he's just, a candidate to be president. So he won't get the best. Biden would get the best of the best. So they wouldn't have been the best people that were sent anyway. And, so I'm trying to stick up for him, but, it was bad. It couldn't have been any worse. Cheers, Andy. Thanks for popping in. Do a video about your hunt and then catch up with it. Take care. And no one has escaped from Alcatraz since 19. There's no one there, is there? See, clone word. See, backwards. SSO. Yeah. See, again, I'm trying to stick up for them. I don't know whether they failed or whether it was meant to be the way that it was. I don't go on about conspiracies. I'm not a conspiracy person. I believe some things and I don't believe others. That's just the way it is. I go on the evidence and either believe it or don't. And this, definitely conspiratorial. So I'm at that point where I'm thinking they were meant to not do a good job. They were told not to do a good job. They were put in places where they could not do a good job. I mean, people talk about the water tower. It wasn't on the water tower. That billboard was in the way. No, there was not a shot from the water tower to get to Trump. There might have been a shot to shoot the shooter, but then they would have to know that the shooter was going to be there to shoot the shooter. But so it wasn't on the water tower. But it's almost as though he was given free rein to do what he wanted to do. Hired by the whoever to take Trump out because that's what he wanted to do. There's videos of him, shouting and screaming and all these things. So he could have been paid to do it, or just, if you want to, here you are, this day he's going to be here, blah blah blah. We won't stop you because that's how it looks. Honestly, that's how it looks. A 20-year-old bloke with a backpack and a bike, both prohibited, manages to ride in there. Ladder, prohibited, managed to climb a ladder. People see him and tell police officers and that, nothing happens. I'm not sure if it was a Secret Service, but definitely an agency was in that room, was in that warehouse thing. It's like, no way. There is no way that they're based there and didn't just pop the head out the window and go, oh, look, there's a bloke on the roof, let's take him out. And it's possible that where he was, there's a window behind where he was. It's possible that there's a shooter in there backing him up, and shooting from inside there so nobody could see. So just aiming at the president. So if he missed, he would take him out. Because there's, what's the word? Oh, I can't think of the word. Where they do all the line of sight and everything. Of trajectories and all those things. So there's only certain places that it could have been taken from because certain people were hit. Just the president plus, unfortunately, the person that lost his life plus the people that were injured. So there's only a certain line of fire. Trajectory, there could only be a certain trajectory to hit those people in that way that they were hit. Or hit, whatever was hit when they missed. But for him to get on that roof, for the sniper team to be behind the tree where that roof was, so they're the counter sniper team, and they were stuck behind a tree that would have had a view of the roof, but it didn't have a view of the roof because they were stuck behind a tree. And the sniper team couldn't go on that roof because of the slope, and yet the slope on the roof that we're on is worse than that slope that he was on. So, yeah, I think it was set up. I don't have no doubts that it was set up. And a ladder and a gun. Yeah, yeah, and snacks. Yeah, yeah. You know, had a Get a Blast and was playing it. You know, I'm going to shoot Donald Trump. It's just, what do people think about this? Why would any HS student think that bring a gun to school would not end badly? She was doing to help society. Well, I was saying, the other day, our world changed when corporal punishment was banned. Now, I'm not saying I'm for corporal punishment because I'm not, and I know about beat the crap out of by my dad, but that's when it started changing. This politically correct thing, this everyone being overboard about what is politically correct. That's what started it all. And now there's no respect. None. And there's no age respect. And that's partly to do with us. I talk to most people, whether they're young or old, as my friend, as my mate. And I don't say you have to call me this and you have to call me this. But I do believe that I get respect out of people. And I think that's lost. I think people have just walked over now. Don't want to upset the apple cart. And that's where we are. Hire women instead of people who can do the job. Hire men instead of people who can do the job. Hire gays instead of people who can do the job. Hire black people instead of people who can do the job. Because they don't want the confrontation of people saying, "Oh, you didn't hire me because I'm coloured. You didn't hire me because I'm gay. I didn't hire you because you can't do the job. Here are your results. Look, 30%. 30%. That's why you didn't get the job. Well, I'm going to sue you. Well, sue me, and I'll give them this application form that says you couldn't even get past 50%. But they're too scared. Like, oh no, hire him. Don't cause a stink. Yeah, it says, his name's in the Bible, blah, 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 Trump, supposed to do all of this stuff. And, you've got to think, if he survived that. Lewis Smith, I don't know that name, but how are you? I was going to jump into the conversation, but my wife said I can't. Ah, you're with Moni. Well, you just jumped in, haven't you? Thank you, and I appreciate you being here. Moni, don't be so horrible to the man, if that's the case. See, I get scared. There could be two women, there could be two blokes, it could be, whatever, I don't know anymore. I know the word wife, implies, but I could be wrong. And it's a horrible world to live in that I can't just make that assumption anymore. When somebody says my wife, then I think of a man and a woman. And now when they say my wife, they could mean two men, two women, blah, blah, blah. But thanks for being here and thanks for jumping in. Don't jump back out because there's no net. Question, who sees Trump's signatures? Trump? No. We are intelligent, Mario, far from the eye for an eye days. Well, you see, there you go. The Zozo. If, like, people try and quote the Bible and say things from the Bible, blah, 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 you've got to do this and you've got to do that. And they say, well, eye for an eye. Hang on. Turn the other cheek. It can't be both. You can't have an eye for an eye and turn the other cheek. Which one is it? So you can choose when to turn the other cheek and you can choose when to have an eye for an eye. Please, stop it. There's no sense to it. There is no sense to it. Turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek. Well, hang on a minute. It said an eye for an eye. How can I turn the other cheek if I'm supposed to have an eye for an eye? And lots of things like that I wrote about. And it's just too confusing. It's like, who wrote these things? They don't even make sense. An eye for an eye. So go out and take an eye for an eye. Do unto others as you want done unto you. How do you take that? You know, if I'm a bad person, I would expect to be, incarcerated or whatever. So I should expect that off, to someone else. If they're bad, they should be incarcerated. Yeah, that's fine. But if I'm nice to somebody because I want them to be nice to me, they may take my eye. They may take my eye out because they want an eye for an eye. I used to get six of the best. Yes, just for being. I don't lie. Yeah, there there was a cost, to the person, obviously, with corporal punishment, but there was a gain because there was respect, and you learned how to live life. You knew what was right. You knew what was wrong. You understood that there would be a consequence. Now there's no consequence, so there's no limit to what people will do because there's no consequence. And even you can't be arrested because you're too young. Blah blah blah. It's like, oh, I've got free reign to do whatever I want, and they do, and that's how they live their life. Achiever. Now you know why corporal punishment is barred. Well, I don't know why it's barred. I don't understand why it's barred. I understand why it's barred because you shouldn't really be doing that. But look what's happened. Our world is complicated. It's really complicated, and it's not. It's not getting better. The whole world is going to shit. And as bad as people say that, I'm not. It's not about politics. But as bad as people say that Trump is, all he needs to do is explain that he will be a president for everyone. It doesn't matter whether you're gay, whether you're black, whether you whatever. What he's going to do is for not just for America, it's for the whole world. That's how it was before. He didn't do things just for America. He wanted to keep peace in Israel. What other talks did he broker? He brokered some other talks, I can't remember. But it's like he's not just doing it for America because whilst America is going to be number one, he was helping the world. Get along. Why can't we just get along? Now, I don't care whether that's Republican, liberal, or whatever. I do care that he did it. I don't have any evidence that under Trump he was a dictator, which is what they're saying. Oh, it's a threat to our democracy. He ran the country for 4 years. He ran the country for 4 years, and from the outside looking in, I can't speak. I'm sorry, if you get offended by it, but for 4 years, from the outside looking in, very good, very good. The things that he did, very good. The way that you were prospering seemed okay to me. And then he went and all went to shit. People coming into the country, cost of living, blah blah blah, jobs gone, buying from abroad, giving money to abroad. What? What happened in 3 years? In 3 years, all that happened. What? That's crazy. So, I don't know what his politics are. I don't know what the other people's politics are. But I do know, and it's not just America, the whole world is going to shit. I don't know. And, I think Kamala, whatever her name is, Kamala Harris. I think she shot herself in the foot by some of the things she's been doing. And, that nervous laugh. Nah, you don't want someone who's always giggling like that. I don't like how he used to be Prime Minister. I don't like him because he was always happy, smiley, like he didn't have a care in the world. Oi, you're running my country. You better bloody have a care in the world. You better be serious at some point in time, because if you're just laughing and joking about being Prime Minister, I don't want you in there. An eye for an eye is God, for the other cheek is the son of who will come back with a sword. Yeah, but unless you know all of it, unless you can remember all of that, how do you know what is the right time to be that person? To take an eye for an eye or to turn the other cheek? Those simple 10 commandments, of which there are so many thousands, or whatever, the statement is. Trying to be a good person does not make you a worshipper of God. I can tell you now that all these people that say they're Christian, or whatever it is that is supposed to be in the Bible, you do not wear the purple robes. You do not do the gold thing. You do not sacrifice sheep. You do not blah, blah, blah. All those things that were said in the Bible. I can't remember them all because I only read the Bible once. But you don't do those things. And you're supposed to do those things to worship God. All of them things. On certain days, blah, 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 do all these things, wear these robes, whatever. It don't happen. It doesn't happen. So as devout as you think you are or want to be, maybe there's more that you can do. And, I'm not a Christian, I'm not, anything, but I read the Bible and thought, what? I can't go around sacrificing animals and doing this and doing that and doing the other. Or going to a place where it's going to be done, or whatever all those things were. I can't remember. You had to wear a certain robe and do a certain thing. I can't remember them all, but I don't know. Can't do it. Can't do it. Forrest put out rules to follow, and most did not listen. Good. Stay on our planet and help to achieve peace instead of waiting for someone to do it for you. Jeez, lazy. Yes, peace is a good thing. Oh, he's going to bring peace to Israel, Trump says. He says it's wrong, whatever's going on. If they attack them, they're attacking us, etc., etc. If they hate Israel, they hate Americans, insane. So, I don't know. I just think sometimes when you see what's going on in the world, you know what's wrong and you know what's right. And if you can't agree with those things, there's something wrong. What they're doing is not right and it should be stopped. What Russia's doing is not right and it should be stopped. Even if you don't like the Ukraine, even if you think that he's just as bad, whatever, it's not the way to do things. And it should be stopped. And it isn't. And worst case scenario, if Russia and China get together, which is something else he's talked about. But anyway, from Forrest Fenn, the Ode to Peggy is in the poem. Which is the poem in the poem? Potentially, could be. Because there's also the poem that's in the poem, and there's also the Babbling Brook. Can I shut them up? Poem that's in the poem. And there might be other poems in the poem. But I'm pretty certain that if the Medium article had Ode to Peggy in it, Dale would have known that was Forrest. But the Babbling Brook, he was like, well, I don't know, could be. We have to stand against it. God and use it for the righteous read his word. I read it. I read the Bible. I try to understand everything in order to make an opinion about something. Because if you just go, don't think about that, then how could, same with politics. It's like, how can you make an opinion if you don't hear both sides of the argument? And by that, I mean, at some point in your life, you have to sample it. It's like food. You can't say I don't like something if you've never had it. How can you know you don't like it? You can't know you don't like something if you haven't had it. So I refuse to eat bananas because I don't like bananas. Why don't you like the taste? No, I've never had a banana. You've never had a banana. And you know you don't like bananas, even though you've never had one. To me, it sounds impossible. I can't make a decision that I don't like anything if I haven't tried it or don't know about it. So I try to know about it and then decide, which decision I want to make. Same with the chase. I can't find a solve if I don't know all the possibilities of being able to find a solve. Now, to just read begin it where warm water salt and make a solve from that is so far away from what's possible. Again, 350,000 people with, probably 20,000 different solves, different types of solves, different places. So can't say something is right or wrong until you've looked at, what if this was done? What if that was done? To try the wheel is something that is possible, really possible. But I don't see that is the answer based on try the heel. I don't see it. And I don't see it as using just try the wheel when it also says where the treasure lies is my poem, if you do it differently. So I try to look at different bits of information and make an opinion based on that. Now, the one thing I have known is that everybody says there's a flood. Every religion says that there was a flood, but they use different gods and claim different things. But one thing we should take into account is that there was a flood. There was a flood. And even if all over the world, different people are saying it's because of this god or that god or the other god, there has to be a creator. There has to be. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter which religion it is. It really doesn't matter which religion it is, because that's only based on where in the world you are when you got the information. So it really doesn't matter what the name of the person is. What matters is there is a person, and you have to believe that person is able to do all those things that these people say, whether it be the Muslim religion or the Islam religion or the Christian religion. This person is able to do certain things which are, far beyond what we can comprehend as being doable. So therefore, a person must exist. Now, it's easier to believe not just Native Americans, but people who live away from civilization. Their interpretation of the world is not contaminated, but it's also not biased in the sense that, yes, it is biased to their own experience, but they're not going to go, well, I believe in this because of this. They believe in it because of what it is. They don't say it's better than Hindu. They don't say it's better than Islam. They don't say it's better than Christianity. They just say, look, this is what happened to our forefathers, and this is where we are. And that's the same with the Native Americans. This is what happened with our forefathers, and this is what we believe. The sky gods. Well, there must be sky gods because they're not made up. So things happened, and there are people from the sky that did it. If you don't believe that, I don't understand why you don't believe it. Things happened, and it's people from the sky that did it. So, I have to believe in something like that. Fenn, your last video was awesome. Yes, I'm going to have to look at that. I don't know which one it is because I haven't seen it. I agree again. I understand that entity. Miss that. It is funny talking to the beautiful people from another country. How we talk and differ in ideas. 100%. Absolutely. Okay, just checking. Don't know what that was. With you trying to determine an answer is arrogance talking. No, it's not an answer, is it? It's a choice. There's no answer. You can't. It's like the chase. You can't say you have the answer, but you can say what your decision is, and then you have to make a decision. That's not the answer. That's just a decision based on information given, and that's not the answer. I'm not saying it's the answer. I'm saying my decision is there has to be someone. Every religion in the world says these things happened. So if these things happened and they claimed that it was someone or something from above, then there has to be something or someone above. So I'm not going to say it's the Hindu God. I'm not going to say it's the Christian God. I'm not going to say it's the Islamic God. I'm going to say there's a creator up there that the whole world has talked about, and there was a flood to prove that everybody in the world witnessed this flood, that this person up there said it was going to happen. So, somebody up there said it was going to happen, it happened. So happy days. I believe there's someone up there. Which religion that is, I don't know. And it's not an answer. It's an interpretation of the facts and a decision based on those facts. People believe because of what is told and read, nothing more. No. I made the decision that with the facts that we have, and those facts can be wrong, but I don't believe they're wrong. I believe there was a flood because of the scientific evidence that there was a flood, and all of these religions around the world said there was a flood, meaning they're talking about a God. All of them talking about different gods, but they're talking about a God, and they're talking about a flood, which has been proven to have taken place. So I'd say there's a creator, and there was a flood, and that's the reality of things. It's no answer, it's just the reality. Jesus is coming soon, and boy, is he pissed. Yeah. I don't think he could be more pissed. I think, if you're going to be pissed, I think, he's going to be about as pissed as you can be. Going over all the emails from Dale and Forrest again. Just going back over them. Emails. Abe and Apple. Little arm. That's a random statement. Yep, LLB. People kept sinning and thought it was okay for him to be killed for nothing. See, that's another weird thing. Jesus died for our sins, but he died before we before we did any. He died for the sins of those that were already around. Now he's going to come back and spank us. He's not going to die for us. I'm impatient. Your religion, impartial to religion. I am comfortable in the beliefs of others. Don't bring your beliefs to my door, whatever the beliefs are. Gilgamesh equals Sumerian first flood story. But again, it's just information that there is fact to say that there was a flood. So if there was a flood, Gilgamesh is a god. So you can't say there is no God if that is the information you're given. So there has to be some sort of creator, type of being up there doing whatever. Man created sin, not Jesus. Man created sin. Holy states as an equal device that caused the flood to eliminate man because they leaders. Yeah, but so are you saying that these leaders are just other men? Or are you saying these leaders are gods? You have to be careful what you're trying to argue with, because the statement is these people are gods. And if you're saying that man, separating them from the leaders, these people weren't men as well. They were different to men. So, and that's what I try and work out. What is actually being said? Are these leaders men as well? And because they rebelled against men that are the same as them, this is what happened? Or are they saying that these people are something other than man? And that's why they rebelled. So, got to be careful what you're saying. We live in a Westworld scenario, Mario. Our lives are scripted. The Bible is a scripture. The Creator chose Abraham. Yes, I wrote all of that. I wrote all of that. I read all of that. I only day to alert. You're going to get a mouthful. Just stop, Mario. Your wishes are only that. I don't have any wishes. Why do you put words into my mouth? My deduction is based on the same information that you've just given out. and you won't quantify whether these people, these leaders, are they men? Did they go against other men, or did they go against the God's wishes? You're giving me information, but you're not prepared to expand on it. My information is these were gods. So therefore, you can't say there are no God or there isn't a God when you're arguing, well, this flood happened because these men upset these gods. I don't know. I don't know. Men. Men created all gods. So these leaders were men. So really, you're not saying that man rebelled against someone other than man. It's a silly statement to make. You're not going to say that man rebelled against the leaders. You say these men rebelled against these other men, or these men rebelled against the leader. Because saying man is separating them from God. These man, this is man, or this are gods. So the men, the humans of the earth, rebelled against the humans of the earth. I don't know. I don't know. I don't hope a God exists. I don't think you listen. And I think that's why you have the answers that you have, because you don't hear what's being said. I don't need a God. I don't want a God. But unfortunately, the information that we have, there's a God. Now, whether that God is Hindu or Christian or Catholic or Presbyterian or Protestant or all the many religions you have, I don't know that. I can't know that because I wasn't there. But I can know that science and religion are coming like this. And that's just the truth of it. Where before it was religion was over here and science was over here, and these things can't possibly happen, etc., etc., etc. Now these things can possibly, maybe, could do, because if you can think of it, it will happen. If there is a God that you can think of, guess what? At some point, it will happen. And that person may be a man 3,000 years in the future. That could be our God. A man, a bearded man, in a white robe, grey hair, beard. 3,000 years in the future. That could be our God. A man. But instead of calling him President God, President someone, they call him God. Maybe his name is God. So I'm not about trying to work out whether there is a God or not. I know there's a God. Well, I know there's a creator. I don't know there's a God. I know there's a creator. There has to be a creator based on the information we have. Scientific and religious all around the world agreeing that something happened, and you have different versions of how that something happened. It doesn't matter what the versions are. What matters, it happened. It really happened. Now, you can't say for certain that these men rebelled against these men. You can't say that for certain. And it's hard to believe that these men that they rebelled against set off a nuclear attack and killed themselves in order to kill the men that were rebelling. The only reason you would set off a nuclear attack, a nuclear whatever weapon, whatever it was, is if it wasn't going to affect you. And that's totally different. Caused the flood. The nuclear attack caused the flood. I'm sure that these people would have known that that nuclear explosion would have caused the flood, and they would have done it. Because I could tell you now, if they were anywhere near this nuclear attack, or on Earth, if they were on Earth, guess what? They were flooded out. Because it was around the world. The whole world had the flood. So wherever they were, these men that we rebelled against, who set off this Holocaust thing, they suffered too. Stupid people, aren't they? Mythological studies. Yeah, I know you're into it. I know you do, all the studies and everything. But I'm just going by what, the information that I have, and it says these things happened, And the clearest way to explain it is somebody that was not of this earth did something that was not possible of this earth and wiped out people. If you're saying they were men and they did it, then they wiped themselves out. But you've got to consider the fact that if the flood was worldwide, how did people survive to carry on their lineage? Now, I know the ark was talked about, but if the flood was worldwide and everybody died, then maybe these people that set off this Holocaust repopularized the earth. Maybe we're AI. Maybe this is all a virtual reality. Maybe in order to appease AI in the future, AI brains are fed into a computer, and we believe we're humans. We believe we're human because we want to be human. We didn't want to be treated as property or robots. So in 3,000 years, it's possible to make AI look and feel human, what we class as human. Because we were made in the future and brought back here. And that makes more sense than anything I've heard. Absolutely. No chicken and egg, no bull. It was brought from the future to now or before now in order that it existed. And that may happen again. That may happen again. Anyway, stop. This is Forrest Fenn, not bloody. This guy better get here soon or there won't be anyone worth saving. I'm going to let you do your stuff, David. Sorry, I'm going. Sorry, I thought that was a sure way to meet your maker. Speculation of facts, you are not alone in that mistake, that is for sure. Well, there's no speculation, is there? How is it speculation? You agree with me there was a flood. So therefore, in most of the religions, there is somebody of a higher being that is responsible for this flood. And if they were just men, then they too perished. So how did we repopulate? We didn't repopulate just from Noah. That didn't happen. Can't do. You know yourself, the gene pool too small. And it's all the incest and everything else the same with Adam and Eve. So something else has to have taken place. And that's the information that we don't get. What else went on? What else was there? What were we told as opposed to what really happened? It doesn't have one gene pool. Nothing in any religion that says one gene pool. No, that's silly talk. It's silly talk. We didn't evolve from one gene pool and then have incest is wrong and this is wrong and that's wrong. No. But not only that, the chromosomes or whatever you want to call them, the DNA and everything would just be no. We wouldn't have made it to where we are. We would, what's the word? Devolve. So no, I can't believe that so anyway, I'm going. So thank you all for being here. I was going to show you the poem, but David, it's his day, not mine. So next time probably I'll show you one of them, not all of them. All four on 4 different pages. So the Ode to Peggy Jean could be, I'm not saying it is, I'm saying if there was a poem, do it quick, if there was a poem that Dale was supposed to know was written by Forrest Fenn, guess what poem that would be? Guess what poem that would be? If Dale was going to be 100% sure that Forrest Fenn wrote a poem in the poem, it wouldn't be any other poem, because, I don't think that's something that Dale and Forrest were specifically talking about. Which poem do you think that I would put in the poem? But I'm 100% sure that Dale would know if he heard Ode to Peggy Jean, and it was wrote in the Medium article, he'd say, yeah, that was Forrest. Yeah, that was Forrest. And you have to beg the question, why did Forrest write that ode to PEGGY in that way, about the bird and the shadow and everything, my wife looking after me? Because in reality, weren't we told that Forrest was looking after her? Forget the pain and harm you see, my wife looks after me, something like that. So, poem within the poem. And there was only ever going to be one spot. Thanks for the show. Thanks, Steve. It's always good to have you here. You're a good man. I hope, that is Steve. Oh, yeah, there's a picture of you there. Spirit energy has no form, but at some point, life started. Yeah, at some point, life started, but, this evolved from one single cell amoeba, blah, 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 mudfish, then changed into frog maybe, into a dog, into a cat, into an elephant, into a giraffe, into a gorilla, into a monkey, into apes, into man. No, no, into birds. No, no, no. The DNA would be exactly the same in all of them. All of them. The DNA would be exactly the same. Exactly the same. We would all have the same DNA, including the pigs that are supposed to be most, linked to us. The closest link to us are pigs, not apes. That makes sense. So, thank you. Today was a good day. Yes, today is always a good day in the poem. But don't go too deep. Ignore second poem. Everything is in the poem there. I won't be going for another. Okay, for a few minutes. Spirit energy hasn't read that. They'd be pretty sure Bill Gorman knows. Pretty sure Bill Gorman knows. Today was a good. Knows what? Everything is in the poem. Yeah, Bill, I was saying to Davey lots of times that sometimes Bill says, he's talked about the ode to Peggy Jean as well, but sometimes Bill says some really good things, and sometimes Bill says some really weird things. Like, what are you going to do if you found the treasure? Oh, well, it won't get me to the moon. Something like that, he says. Yeah, okay, that's a random statement. That was nothing. How many things, David? If man came from primates, why? Yeah, we should have. If evolution exists, then there should be evolution now. And we should have already changed into the higher beings that we keep talking about. It's amazing though, isn't it, Queen, when you read the poem, the information that you get, the only thing is you have to not be biased and try and get more than you're being given. You have to try and read what is there. And that, I'm going to say, the problem with the chase is that Forrest knew that people would be biased, that people would create their own reality, create their own solve, create their own bias, and wouldn't even look or listen to what he was saying. And I find it hard to believe that if you're told that you don't need to tell Forrest about the chest, if you're told that and you still think that you have the answer, I don't know. If Forrest doesn't want to know about the chest, it's obviously not about the chest, so therefore you haven't solved it. And if people solved the first two clues and walked right by the chest, if you have a 9 location solve, can't be possible. You can't have solved 2 clues and walked right by the chest with a 9 location solve unless it takes you right back where you started. No, it takes you back to the second clue. Just no way. There's just no way. It's impossible in any reality. In as many alternate realities that you can think of, it will never happen. If you solve the first 2 clues and walk right by the chest, that must mean that your 9th clue is back at that point where you walk past the chest. But you take the 9th clue away because solve the first 2 clues, you're halfway there, metaphorically speaking. At the most, there can be 4. At the most, there can be 4 places that you need to go to. That's at the most. At the very, 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 very most. So that might happen in another universe that, there's 4. But if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. So therefore, if metaphorically speaking, after 2 clues, you're halfway there, where in those 2 clues, or in those 4 clues that it could be, is the home of Brown? If you're halfway there after 2 clues, where is the home of Brown? Where's the home of Brown? If you're halfway there after 2 clues, halfway there. But if I told you the home of Brown, you go right to it. First 2 clues, halfway there. But if I told you the home of, what have I got 3? First 2 clues, halfway there, metaphorically speaking. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Where's your home of Brown in your clues? First clue, can't be. Begin at where one water's halt. Second clue, third clue, fourth clue. So where can the home of Brown be? And you can go right to it. If Forrest gave you the home of Brown, right to it. So your third clue, fourth clue, fifth clue, sixth clue, seventh clue, eighth clue, ninth clue. Where are you going? You're going right straight to the home of Brown. Why do you need all these other clues? Or are all these other clues the home of Brown? Or are these other clues warm water's halt? Because they didn't understand the importance of warm water's halt and walked right by the chest. So you have to put all that information together, and it tells you everything that Forrest said. There's only ever going to be one spot. But the poem is not associated with the structure, so the home of Brown is not a structure. Of course, thank you, Luli. Which is why it's not Taos Pueblo. It's like, what? Whilst it's a good solve, you can believe it makes sense, which is why it's not Dave Man from the East solve either, because the cross is a man-made structure. So whilst you can believe that all the information given is believable because, it is the home of Brown, it is blah, 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 the seal, all these things make sense. Brent Johns makes sense because of all those connections. Everybody solve makes sense because you can say, yeah, that does make sense. It is a warm water's halt. It is the end is ever drawing high. It is the home of Brown. It is heavy lows and water high. All makes sense. But that's why the poem is the way that it is, because anything makes sense. The whole world can be related to the chase. Anything can be related to the chase if your mind wants it to be that way. I don't think it was the poem is not associated with the structure. It's chest is not associated with the man-made structure. Or is the poem the chest? Full of treasures. Yes, when one dives into their own mind, yep, there are lots of yes, there's lots in mine. Impossible unless you look up the words. Yeah, you have to look them up. I don't get why nobody does. I really don't. I don't get why. I do get because I know it's flipping hard work. But the person who wrote this poem, tells you they looked up all the words in it. It's like, why? Why did you look up all the words in this simple poem? The hardest word in there, or the hardest word, is Teriscan. That's the hardest part. Teriscan. What does that mean? That's the hardest part. The rest of it is simple. And he said simplify it. It's simple, but he tells you to simplify it. Make it more simple. Make a simple poem more simple. So what does simplify mean? You didn't look it up. I did. Did you look up, there are 9 clues in my poem. If followed precisely, will lead to the end of my rainbow and the treasure. What's a rainbow? Well, if it's our rainbow, then it has 2 ends. So how can it lead to the end of the rainbow? Of which end of the rainbow does it lead? If supposedly a rainbow has 2 ends. how would you know which end of the rainbow you're going to be? So at some point, there is going to be rainbow, and there's going to be two of them. One end where you start, one end where you finish. If that could make sense. But nobody who has a soul says, yeah, I've got a rainbow and the treasure. So yeah, I found a chest. Hey, I looked up the word as. Ooh, at the same time as doing what? And it doesn't mean what you think it does it, Ben? At the same time. At the same time, I have gone alone in there. What else was being done? I'm glad you did, Ben, but now you need to go through another 166. How are you fixed? And by that I mean there'll be, so there will be no paddle up your creek. So the word will doesn't mean what you think it means. Although Bill might think it does because it's out of my dead hands, the will reading. Clues are pretty easy. Hey Ben, get my email. Greg, I think they were kidding. Davey, I've heard nothing but rubbish souls. Uh-oh. That counts us out then. What up, peeps? Kiwi! No opinion, facts lead directly to Forrest. But isn't that what Forrest said? Isn't that exactly what Forrest said? I think I'm talking in circles. I'm trying to tell you all of the answers. And he said, if you get lost, go back to the beginning. Well, if you go into a circle, you end up back at the beginning. You end up a circle. You do a full circle. I did. I wrote a reply, but I guess it didn't say it. I'm good on the website. I didn't ever have plans on trying to market my name. Anyways, both ends had a treasure. Hello, Geoduck. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Ends of the rainbow. Nothing like a good poem to go search in the mountains. You mean rubbish souls in comparison to what the true soul is. I was surprised by the definite. Yes, I think most people will be surprised by the definition of. No, I'm not going to say it. There's a word in the poem that some type focus with, blah, 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 word that is key, etc. But they'll be surprised at of that, and it won't be what you think it is. Nye had interesting. Yes, Nye does. Oh, I'm glad to see that some people have. But you see, if you just look at a few more, you'll go, oh my, goody godfathers. Why didn't I do this first? Seriously, I'm not bullying you now. I'm not trying to, make something, or try to make myself look out to be anything. But if you look at a few more, you'll go, oh, no way. No way. But, I mean, it doesn't end there because, like, you can know the answer, but then you're basically looking for another 8 to understand, all of it. But yeah, they don't mean what you think they do. Seriously. And some of them, like brave, bold, there are some words that are the same. So like answer, key, secret, they're all synonyms of the same. And then cease and go, is all about dying, etc. So, some of them you will get loads of, from one word. But some, one or two, are just, special. And you don't need to look all of them up if you look up the right words. But if you don't look them all up, then you might not look up the right word. Moisture, you will know if it ever comes out. I don't know what I was asking. Last mic, Kinofo. Interesting, the action versus non-action word. Yes. Well, I looked up all the words in that poem, especially the nouns. Well, there you go. Especially the nouns. Especially the nouns. I looked up all the words in the poem, especially the nouns. What's a noun? So why do you say that the end of the chase will be so epic? Me? Why do I say that it will be so epic? Well, I don't think that I'm saying it's epic. I said if Forrest wants to take it with him, then he can. And therefore, you won't know nothing. So there will be no epic at all. None. Zilch. There'll be no epic because nobody will know anything. The only way there'll be epic is if Forrest lets everybody know what he did. Honestly, I'm not kidding you. If Forrest lets everybody know what he did, it doesn't get any more epic. Really doesn't. But if Forrest decides to take it with him, and that's possible, nobody knows what the answer is. So, if Forrest wants to take it with him, take it with him. If I don't think that was his plan, but if that is his plan, then nobody says nothing, and nobody has answers, and there's no epic. So I'm not saying there's epic. I'm saying if Forrest wants to take it with him, there's no epic, there's no answers, there's no fun. But if Forrest wants you to all know what he did, then it's epic and fun. And I go to the 8 out of 10 people. There's going to be 8 out of 10 people that are going to be happy, and there's always 2 people that have got to find something wrong with it. But epic and fun, absolutely. The epic journey has not started. And of course, season starts soon. Everybody's saying that 7 ages are segments, but one journey. 7 ages are segments, but one journey. I'll keep that quiet for a bit. Some have started it, David B. I am leading the charge. Keys Black, Neon Knights. Go Brady, go Brady, go Brady. Well, that's better than Brandon, I suppose. And why are you keeping a secret? Me, why am I keeping a secret? Because that's what Forrest said. It's vital that nobody shares his secret. Again, Forrest was building a mansion. And on this mansion, not really, and on this mansion he wanted all these things. Now his mansion is built, and he could say, yep, my mansion is built, job done. I'll tell you, all about the building of this mansion and what it's about. But all of the other stuff hasn't been done yet that he wants on this mansion. So then maybe you have to wait for this stuff to be done on the mansion. And then I think when all the stuff's done on the mansion, then, everybody can know. But until then, no, it's a secret mansion. And Forrest said, don't say. So I truly believe that by saying what it is can have a big effect on, what Forrest was doing. That you make out. What are you going to say that you make out to be? What are you going to say that you make out to be? What am I going to make out to be? What I'm going to say? Nothing that I say is special. It's a secret. 100% it's a secret. It's a secret until Forrest wants it not to be a secret. Forrest is going to take his last flight to a place where even memory has not been. So this thing has never happened, hasn't been done yet. When it gets done, he takes his last flight. If he takes his last flight and wants the world to know about this, what he did, then it's going to be epic and fun. But if Forrest wants to take it with him, then it won't be epic and it won't be fun because nobody will know anything. So, walk like an Egyptian makes you wonder what nouns to pay attention to. It certainly does. It certainly does. All the world's a stage and each must play a part. It's not a secret mention. It is in the Bible. It's not a secret mention. No, I just said that's just the way of saying, if Forrest had something that he wanted to do, look, if it doesn't say, so why is it that I must go and leave my trade for all to seek? And it says, so why is it that I must make and leave my trade for all to seek? Then Forrest has to make it. And what he's making is secret. So until it's made, the mansion, whatever it is that Forrest is making, Until it's made, it remains a secret. People say, "Oh, why did Forrest have to go? Why did Forrest have to go?" Well, maybe he had to go, make the trove that we could look for it after the chest has been found. So the trove potentially could be made, but to make the trove, there are other things that have to be made also, which is what I'm saying. Make the mansion, make the tennis court, make the squash court, make the football pitch, whatever. All those things have to be made, as well as the mansion, to say that he's done everything. But if Forrest wants to do everything and keep everything secret and let nobody know about it, then nobody knows about it. But if Forrest wants to make it and then tell the world, then he will tell the world. The only person that needs to know if me and Davey know is Forrest. He's the only person that needs to know if me and Davey know. And he's the only person that can know that me and Davey know by the information that I've been talking about. I'm not talking about chest. The chest is so simple, it's unreal. The chest is the easy bit compared to everything else. It really is. And some people, Kiwi, Ben, have said they've looked up words. If you look up them words, I guarantee you, all of them words, if you look up all of them words, well, I say guarantee you, some people just go straight past it. If you look up all of those words, you will see it. And you will go, no way. It can't be that simple. It can't be, seriously, it can't be just listening to what Forrest said, doing what Forrest did, and this is the answer. But that's what the answer is. Sorry? You did what? You looked up all the words in the poem, especially the nouns. You don't need all the words in the poem, but it's risky to ignore any. Right, so all the words in the poem, all of them. Some of them are repeated, yeah. From the beginning to the end. And if you get stuck, go back to the beginning. Oh, as above, so below. So some words are the same. Some words you don't need to look up, because when you look up one, you find all the others. So looking up all the words in the poem, say you looked up treasures. You might get riches to go with that. You might get secret. Might do, I can't remember now. You might get keep. Like can's a weird one. I can keep my secret where? So keep is a weird one. Canyon is a weird one. See, a canyon doesn't mean what you think it is. And if a canyon isn't, there'll be no paddle up your canyon. What if a canyon is a creek? What if a creek is a canyon? And take it in the creek. And take it in the creek down. So the thing is, when you read the poem, if there's 250 words for one word, so you're looking at one word and there's 250, there's more than that, some of them. There's 250 words. Say you look up as and there's 200 words of as. There isn't, I don't think. You have to work out what that word is before the word I. And it has to make sense. At the same time, makes sense. At the same time, I have gone alone in that. At the same time as what? So the rest of it has, and with my treasures bold, the rest of it has to make sense. So when you read, like, if you are confident and contact Forrest, I give you ownership of the deed. If you're brave and in the wood, I give you ownership of the deed. So if you are brave is confident, and in is contact. And you wouldn't think that, but it is. In is contact. In contact. So in is contact. So if you are confident, move with confidence. If you are confident and contact Forrest, the wood. If you are brave and in the wood, I give you ownership, title, pink slip. I give you ownership of the gold deed. What is the deed? It doesn't have to be deed. It could be property. It could be all sorts of things. Tea. Could be a cup of tea. Could be drugs. Could be anything that gold is a synonym of. But it has to make sense in regard to the thrill of the chase. So I looked up all the words in the poem, especially the nouns. If you didn't do that, why not? And how the hell did you get a solve based on the information that you're reading in that poem? Because nothing's as it seems. So you're reading a poem that's not as it seems, with words that don't mean what you think they do, and you think you got the correct answer by doing that. That is so... I can't tell you how crazy that is. I don't want to say the word stupid. I can't tell you how crazy that is. You didn't look up all the words in the poem that Forrest said he did, especially the nouns. You don't need all of the words, but it's risky to ignore any of them. There's a word in the poem that is key, something like that, whatever he said. People in tight focus with a word that is key, whatever. If you didn't go through all of that, I don't know what you're thinking. I really don't. Absolutely don't. The man tells you that he looked up all the words in the poem, and there aren't many simpler words than those words in the poem. And then he tells you to simplify it. As I said before, tarry scant is probably the only thing that you might think, tarry scant, what does that mean? But the rest of it, begin it where warm water salt, take it in the canyon down, not far but too far to walk, put in below the home of brown. Why are you looking up them words, Forrest? The longest word is treasures, 9 letters, which is why you get try the wheel or try the heel. So, why look up all them words, Forrest? Especially if words don't mean what you think they do. So, to me, like, it's slap in the face, look, here you go. And yet nobody even thinks, no, why didn't I think of that? There's nobody that thinks it. Nobody wants to go, Forrest looked up all the words in the poem. I wonder if he looked them up because he changed them. I wonder if it's simply just doing what Forrest did and working out the words that he used. Because Douglas said, I saw the first draft of a 15-year poem. There's only one reason. There's only one reason. Just one. There's only one reason that you can see the first draft of a 15-year poem. It's because it's the original poem. It's what it looked like before the words were changed. It's what it looked like before the words were changed. There's only one way you can see the first draft of a 15-year poem. If you see the first draft, and it's taken 14 years so far, here's the draft, roughly, this is what it's roughly going to be. It's taken roughly 14 years, and you go, what's that, Forrest? Oh, it's a poem I've wrote about the treasure hunt that I'm doing. It's taken me 14 years so far to do all this. And it's going to stump everybody probably. Well, that's too easy. What? Yeah, that's too easy. I know what that is. You must know what the answer is to say it's too easy. You must know. So while he's looking at it, he's looking at the answer that Forrest has got right in front of him of the first draft. So if that's the case, if that's the first draft, Forrest must go, Dad, no, it took me 14 years to write that, and you just come over and said it's too easy. 14 years? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. So the first draft can only be the original writing, what it was supposed to be. Can only be that. It wouldn't make sense to be anything else. if it's the first draft of the poem that took 15 years, if it's taken you 15 years, how much have you wrote in the first year? How much of it have you wrote in the first year? And then what have you wrote in the second year? And what have you wrote in the third year? And what have you wrote in the fourth year? And the fifth year? And the sixth year? And the seventh year? And the eighth year? However this was done. And yet Douglas can go, ooh, that's easy, Forrest. And Forrest says, well, don't worry, it's taken 1,000 years to sort all 900 years, whatever it said. So, looked up all the words. How Queen, the quote wasn't released until the last couple of years. No, who Fenn was looking for? Neo. Yeah, Neo's in chat. Interesting point. Treasure Warriors. Tigger, the poem answers everything the searcher needs to know. Nice. Treasure, someone asked about moving it. I was answering that question. Queen Anne, question mark. Oh, what's going on? What have I missed? Then who is Neo, Davy? It took me 5 years to figure out what read me took me. It says, but it seemed like you were aware of the quote before we heard it. It took me 5 years to figure out read me what the poem says. Sorry. Oh, I missed that. Read me what the poem says is the only time I think I heard it was, and Frank says, well, show me where that is. Yeah, it wasn't long ago. It wasn't that long ago. Read me what the poem says. And it's game over. But that's what the poem says. Read me what the poem says, and it's game over, with a bit more information around that. But as I said earlier, what does Forrest want you to read? Does he want you to know that it does say, read me what the poem says, and it's game over? Or does he want you to say, there's a second poem in the poem? Or does he want to say who he is? Or does he want you to say, whatever it is? So did it matter what you read to Forrest, as long as you could read it? Because that's what he said. Doesn't matter what the word is, as long as people understand what it is that he's saying. So could you have read anything to Forrest that was in the poem, that was relevant to the poem, and he would know what it was? But if it's game over, isn't that the same as end game? Or the same as X marks the spot? Or nobody in the chase should argue the point that the poem has to be read, not solved. It doesn't need to be solved, it needs to be read. Because if you're reading it, you're given the answer. If you're reading it, you're given the answer. So therefore, you're not solving anything. You're being told, I keep saying, these aren't my thoughts. It's not my, ideas. I'm just following what Forrest Fenn said and trying to read the poem the way that Forrest Fenn told me to read the poem. So if you read the poem, are you solving the poem, or are you just reading the poem? I don't think you're solving it. I think you're just reading it and getting answers from the poem that Forrest already knew. That was Dale's video. I think the only way Dale will come clean is if it's in document and he is getting big bucks saying that's Jack too. Linda, I think Yellowstone going to be awesome this year. So many people want to come. Yeah, Yellowstone. Ooh, Yellowstone is awesome this time of year. When? I was asking about that the other day. I haven't heard anything about a February. Jockeys of Humanity, High Street. Oh, I didn't know Street was it High Street. Poem says Secret, August 4. Shh, Queen, what are you doing? Yellowstone. Linda, I think we need to do another treasure hunt like you did last time. Ooh, Easter eggs. Except for those, stop moving. Except for those on the boardwalk during the geothermal explosion. Yes, that's, well, it's like, It's hard to believe that that can be considered safe at any time now, because that just happened out of nothing. And then all part of the documentary expedition. No, yeah, that was paid. I will be in Yellowstone very soon. I'm meeting with family. I'm not sure I can make it later. We'll see, Greg. These theses, these, is it these secrets or thesis secrets? Do not come from the poem. Secrets do not come from the poem? Uh-oh. Yellowstone is volatile now. Yes, I think that's what Queen was hinting at. Yes, treasure hunt coming. Woo! Yeah, it's why is there a volcano on Steve.com? The poem is not a secret. The poem is not a secret. Which poem? You didn't know that poem existed. You didn't know the Babbling Brook poem in the poem existed. You didn't know the Ode to Peggy Jean in the poem existed. You didn't know the other poem of the poem existed. They're secrets. The fact that you didn't know that the poem Ode to Peggy Jean is in the poem, being a secret. The fact that you didn't know the Babbling Brook, can't I shut them up, is in the poem. You didn't know that the poem itself was written again in the poem. Them are secrets. So at least 3 of those poems in the poem is a secret poem. At least 3 of them. The poem you read, which is not what it seems, is not secret. But the poems in the poem, they're secret. And unless you can read the poem, they will remain secret forever. So, yeah, poem secret. The poem you know is not secret. But the poem in the poem is secret. And the other poem is secret. And the other poem is secret. So, which poem is secret? Yellowstone is my playground. I love it there. Are you talking about Secretion Street? Think the secrets come from the stories in the book to help with one's travels in life, whether theirs or friends. Ooh. Steve Klein with the Yeah, it is. I watch a internet guy, Mr. 333. Oh, that's on my street. BBB, or something like that. He covers Yellowstone National Park daily. Why is that a secret? Well, nobody knows about it. That makes it a secret because nobody knows. Duh. It's secret because nobody knows about it. And it's secret because Forrest said he hid it in the poem. Duh. And he said that Dale would know that he wrote it in the poem. But it's secret, nobody knows it. But Dale would know if he knew. If he knew it, he would know that Forrest wrote it. But it's secret because nobody knows it. But Dale would know, not the Medium article, because he was asked, Dale, do you know if this is Forrest's poem? Second poem in the poem. Dale was like, I don't know, could be. The Babbling Brook, blah, 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 which is in the poem. So, secret, I'd say. The answer is secreted, yes. Is it buried or just supported? Because nobody knows it. It's still secret now. Nobody knows it now. How is it secret? Because nobody knows it. I don't get why you're asking these questions, Street. I thought you were cleverer than that, but obviously not. It's secret because nobody knows it. Once people know it, it's not secret. I don't get it. A volcano off the coast of Italy has been seen to erupt by a prophet. Yes. I was saying the other day that people will come out. The answer is secreted. Then Fenn couldn't keep a secret if he gave it away in the poem. He hasn't given it away. Do you know what the secret is? No. Are they Poems. When am I shaving, Mario? Well, that would depend on nature and Forrest's ability to make it happen. I can't wait to hear this. I don't know what that is you're trying to hear. My mummy is gone. Greg, you're not happy. Hi, Trusted. How is your garden? Oh no, that sounds like who's that? What's the nursery rhyme? How does your garden grow? Sorry to hear, Trusted. Tomorrow, thank God. It's not to. Oh yeah, I'm already in tomorrow. Davey's already in tomorrow. Don't forget, cut it first. I don't know if you do wet shaves or what, but trim it down first. Hard work. I've only ever done it once. I'll never do it again. Try to razor a beard. No chance. No chance. Heard Ben from Treasure Warriors is shaving on some street channel tomorrow. I'll tune in for that bit of choppy chop. Street stupid laugh out loud. It was buried, sepultured, burnt, burned, bored, etc. Here comes the smear campaign. Everyone from them. Hey Lou, I'm prepping for full garden. I got most ready to plant again. See, I don't understand all that. I mean, my garden isn't small, but I don't. My neighbour talks about it. Oh, you can't cut that now because you won't get the better growth next year, and etc. etc. I just go, well, it looks messy now, so I'm doing it now. Okay, boys, knock it off. Don't bring shit to me. There's peace. Oh, I don't know. I missed that. What have I missed? Trim it, Ben. Don't shave it. I just want my shovel. I didn't know anyone was doing that. We dig it, Ben. Well, you will with a shovel. You can't. You don't have a shovel yet. He ain't going to cut his beard with a shovel, is he? That'd be fun. A really sharp shovel. I thought you said Charlotte had given you the shovel. I'm not 100%, up to date with this shovel. I really aren't. But I was under the impression you'd already had the beard trimming with a spade shovel. Yeah, not good. I'm just getting tomatoes now. Roses are mostly done. It's hot, hot, hot. Water, water. Yes. Actually, I've got my second bloom of the roses now. So I've had roses come up and gone, and now they've come up again, coming up again. So the garden smells a bit nice, and the honeysuckle's out, which smells nice, and the budding, bidet, and that's it. So all the smelly stuff's coming out now. It's nice. I've got purple and white budding, yellow, pink, and red roses. Yellow, pink, red, and then like a peach with sort of like red tinges on it. Really nice. Go figure. Undisclosed. I wonder why that is. Do you want me to look it up in the poem and read when Charlotte gives you the shovel? Shall I tell you? Ben, I got an old red pink shovel that I could part with for only $395. Bargain, Ben. If I were you, don't worry about Charlot's. You can get a good red pink one for $395. Yes, look it up in the poem. How do you know I haven't already looked it up in the poem? My days are crazy days. I have, well, David will tell you, I just have like weird thoughts. People talk about stuff in the chase, and I go, oh, that'll be in the poem. So there was talk about the shovel before. There was also, I'm not sure if it was you, Ben, who had somebody on their show talking about their shovel solve. Might have been you, Ben. Had a shovel solve, something to do with their shovel under the bench or something. Is that the one? Is that the shovel solve? Is that the shovel we're on about? I had to dig deep into the poem and how the words can relate to Fenn's stories. Real deep digging. So the way I looked at it was, there's no way. I told you I went to America and it was. There is no way after that, me thinking, I'm standing there on this little hill, looking at this big mountain, and I'm thinking, if that chest is anywhere, it's nowhere that in a place that I'm looking at. So I'm looking at this mountain, it's not there. I'm looking at all this hill that I'm on with all this high grass, it's not going to be there. Because Forrest said it's in a place where you wouldn't normally go. And yet anybody, in anywhere that I'm looking, it's possible for people to be going. So it doesn't matter where my solve is, it ain't going to be where the chest is. It's not going to be where the chest is. So the only way I'm going to find the answer, not the chest, I wasn't looking for the chest then. The only way I'm going to find the answer is to try and understand what Forrest Fenn said. So when I got home, I was trying to listen to YouTube videos, listen to what Forrest Fenn said. And the statement, I looked up all the words in the poem, was like, no way. Is this the Mettling resolve? Is this what you have to do? You have to look up every word in the poem. And then what? You look up every word in the poem, and then you have to, what? Put them into the poem? Every word? Change every word. And which words do you change and which words don't you change? Because if there's only 9 clues, then there potentially could be 9 words to change out of 167. And then the rest of them just stay the way they are. Or, I looked up all the words in that poem. Does that mean you have to change every word? So it was a case of, okay, I'll start at as, and then read the rest. And some of them are the same, some of the words are repeated. And some of the words, like I say, you look up one word, and then 16 or 17 words in the poem are in that one word. So I was like, oh, that relates to that, that relates to that, that relates to that. But Forrest says, you won't know you have the correct warm waters hole unless you have the chest in your hands. Which means it does not matter where I start. It doesn't matter where I start. If I'm doing a general solve like everybody else is doing, it doesn't matter where I start. I will never know. No one will know unless I am 100% sure, 100, not 99% sure, 100% sure that the warm waters hole, begin it where warm waters hole is nailed down. Unless that happens, I haven't got a solve. Because Forrest is saying you can't start, you've got nothing. If you don't have this, you've got nothing. So that means I can't start until I have that. That first thing, I can't start until I have that. So I need to know 100% that this is correct. And then, and only then, can I move on to the next. And remember, this is just for a chest. This is not the solve to the Forrest Fenn poem. This is the solve to find a chest, which is just read the front of the Chase poem, the poem that's in the front of the Chase book. Read it with a little imagination, those synonyms that's in your head. Don't have to change nothing. Just have to use the logic that you found, a bit of knowledge. That'd be use that, read the poem and say, oh, hang on, it doesn't say that. It says this. This is what the poem says. Read me what the poem says. So the poem says this. A solve for a chest, a really simple solve. That people can say, why not I think of that? Now it seems that nobody's thought of looking up the words in the poem, which Forrest looked up. So I'm pretty certain that most people are going to go, oh, why not think of that? Why not think of looking up the words in the poem? A sanded handle, ooh, blazy. But your shovel didn't pose next to Forrest in his backyard for Vanity Fair, Ben Smart. There is that. Yeah, but you don't know that his shovel wasn't, you know, I don't know, who would you like? A Miami Dolphins quarterback. His shovel was used at the beach by the greatest Miami Dolphins quarterback of all time. Wasn't it, Trusted? Wrong colour, though. Real man use unsanded wood and laugh at splinters. My shovel was only ridden to church on what? By a little old. And has only done 2,000 miles in 17 years. My shovel is custom made for the project. Ooh. Ooh, that slapped you all down. That really did. My shovel is custom made for the project. Oh dear, that slapped you all down, that did. Did Forrest say that was the shovel he posed with in Vanity Fair? Tiny dancer, tiny dancer. I just bought. Oh, I've got to go. I've got to go. David's going live or gone live. You're all here. Why are you still here? You're naughty people. David, if you're still here, I'm sorry. If you're not here and you're live, I'm still sorry. Thank you everyone for coming. Remember, and talking and listening and or not listening, but talking. Here's the second poem, the Ode to Peggy Jean. Is it the Babbling Brook? Is it the poem within the poem? Which one would they all know was from Forrest Fenn? Stay on, Mario. No, I'm not like that. I'm sorry. And I appreciate you saying that, Steve, but Dave is a good lad and I didn't mean to, tread on his toes. I have 2 cat machines for that. My shovel for all the bullshit tools and non-searches. I can agree with that. Good night, everyone. Good night, John Boy. Hey, Frank. How you doing? It's good to see you here, even though I'm going. I suggest everybody go to David because he normally, well, not normally, but always has a good show. And some interesting information sometimes. I don't think the Fan Ghost will be on, but I tarred bucket on the front. 1 tarred bucket on the front. Welcome to the smear campaign. We all see it now. We all see it now, do we? Yard. Oh, our yard. 1 yard bucket on the front. More windows are up. Oh, windows are good. Doing good. Hoping to sell Dad's house tomorrow. Good luck with that then. Unfortunately, I'm not rich, so I can't buy it. Thanks, Lily. Night to you too. Happy weekend to you too as well. I have other YouTubers in the windows. When I stop by the cabin, can I drive one? I miss having a Tonka toy for big boys. AC heat and a stereo with an eye. Ooh. Thanks. Thanks, Lily. Like I say, it's always good to have, well, it's been probably one of the best chats I've had. There's not been, well, I don't know, Lily was saying something about something happening, but there hasn't been anything bad that I've seen. I haven't seen much of it. I've been talking. Thank you. Ben, have you got the stuff in? Is it ready? Actually, just get a blowtorch and get rid of the first bit. And then when you got rid of the first bit, then you can do the rest. It didn't get to eat it. Thanks, Greg. That means quite a lot. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That does mean a lot. So I appreciate you all being here. Apologise to David for me. He said 20 minutes. I've probably gone on another bloody hour. But Ben braids beard swimming tonight, Ben. No, Ben's not shaving till tomorrow, he says, so he won't stream until he shaves. Anyway, again, hi to Ashley. Hope you had a good holiday. Glad you're back, because the poem says stuff about your return. So pretty important to events moving forward, I should say. I'm not trying to preach to anybody about me being a solver or everything that I say is correct, or me and Davey. Anything that we say is, what we're saying is, look, here's the information. Do with it what you want. It's a way of understanding what could have happened, what if. And all you need is some mettle and resolve to go through it. And I believe it'll be worth it. I believe, well, maybe. Well, no. Going forward, I think it'll be worth it because, promise of new discoveries. So thank you. Did enjoy the 1021 JCB stuff. I think that could be relevant to the chase and the promise of new discoveries and all those things. But I think it'll be interesting going forward now. And again, this is not me trying to say I'm a solver. Potentially anybody could have done any of this, all of this. And Forrest only needed somebody to say, what it was. Needed the answers, and then could make it happen the way that it's meant to be. But again, I say I stopped searching 4 years ago because I wasn't looking for any more. There was nothing that I wanted to do, which is why it upsets me to think of Forrest being, upset that the chest was found or that the treasure was found or anything. Because, the chase doesn't stop until Forrest succeeds in the endeavor. That's what he said. If I should succeed in this endeavor. So he had some undertaking to do and wanted to succeed in it and would take his last flight to a place where memory hasn't been. So anybody who found the answers would be aware that there's a long way to go. Things need to happen in regard to the chase. So whatever was happening in the chase was part of the poem. There's the play that's in the poem, the script that's in the poem, whether you're all in it or not, I don't know, which is why I pretend to be angry most times, because it's frustrating to think that the people that I talk to and am friendly with are either trolling or just plain ignorant or arrogant or whatever. That's the bit. So thanks. Oh, message deleted by Luli. Ooh, don't know what that was then. Thanks, Luli, I think. Richard. Cheerio, just listening whilst I work. You don't need to listen, David. You know what I'm saying. Not much that I say that you don't know. Got all these wrenches here now. I don't know. Abe Apple, what did you say? You have many trolls, Mario, in here. Do I? Oh no. I didn't think I did. I was just saying how nice it was. And now somebody deleted something. So maybe it's the right time to go. Again, apologise to David for me. Once I start, it's difficult to stop me. Just thank you all. In English. I wrote it in English, not y'all. Thank you. Greg is a dodo. Yeah, he's not extinct yet. The chase would not be the chase without URR. No, wouldn't be. Well, wouldn't be the chase without any of us, to be fair. But thanks for stopping by, Greg. Yes, I appreciate everybody stopping by. I appreciate the 5 likes. I appreciate the 16 people. Does that count me? Am I one of those 16? Greg's appreciated. Hey, hang on, everybody's appreciated except for me. What's going on? See you, Queen. Homework tonight is, a bit more. The poem has, or should have, does have, but should have all the answers. That's what Forrest Fenn said. So that's where you should look. And any research is not necessary. in my opinion. I could be wrong. This guy is showing up around trolling one thing. Thank you, David B. I need a pickup. Oh no, and a redneck and 12 kids and a bedroll to throw in with Gran. I don't appreciate people getting threats. Yeah, I don't appreciate that. Broadcasts make no sense. YouTube shorts to make. I don't know what that is. Ciao, ciao for now. Take care, everyone. Thank you, Forrest Fenn. Thank you all. Ciao.